Ça marche? Vous m'entendez? Oui, ça y est.
Can you hear me? Hello everyone.
If you can have a seat, please. Bonjour à tous. Bonjour.
Hello everyone, take your seats please. We're about to start this event.
For those who does not understand French, please, you can use, we have the translation, and so we will be speaking both French and English, and translation is available. Bonjour, bonjour à tous.
Hello everyone once again. Your Excellency the Minister Tarek El-Malakh, His Excellency Princess Mouradou Ingalo, representative of the Minister, Secretary of State, Mrs. Couillard, ladies and gentlemen, directors, dear representatives of the OiEau companies, dear partners, dear speakers, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, either here physically present or connected online. It's an honor for me to be here today in this important moment for us, the Mediterranean Sea region, but for the whole planet. I would like to thank Egypt and the Egyptian government for welcoming and organizing this COP number 27, the most important and the most evocative event internationally speaking when it comes to climate. I would like to thank France, of course, for welcoming us here at the French pavilion, giving us the opportunity to discuss an urgent question for the planet and for the Mediterranean Sea region, which is about plastic waste. From the 1950s on, the plastic production has been growing. It's now about to double from now to 2035 in comparison to 2015, and to triple. This is a risk from now to 2050. Simultaneously, according to a study that has been carried out recently, From Pollution to Solution, a global assessment of plastic pollution, which has been quoted by the World Economic Forum, scenarios say that from now to 2040, the quantity of plastic waste in the seas should triple from 9.14 million tons to 23.37 million tons. Recycling has been pushed forward as the main solution, but it has shown its limits because merely 10% of the plastic has been recycled properly. Most have been burnt or thrown to the seas or on the lands. Apart from the environmental losses, human rights are affected as well when it comes to access to air, to a clean environment. Plastics have proven useful, but it has proved a burden as well for inequalities. According to the forecast of the Energy Association, the growth of plastics when it comes to petrochemical sector, it will be essentially grown by demand for plastics. Now, if to consider the whole lifespan, the plastic sector is number 5 or number 6 when it comes to the greenhouse gases emissions. If the scenarios were to be confirmed, it could become the 3rd main source of greenhouse gases emissions. Apart from the direct impact on the sea biodiversity, there is also an impact on climate and for the population, the people who live in the south, aspects for which a resolution that has been adopted by the United Nations tries to intervene, launching works upon a treaty, an international treaty that is to be launched until 2024. The Mediterranean Sea is one of the most polluted seas in the whole world. Plastics amount for 95% of the waste we can find either in deep sea or at the surface. The reasons are multiple. It's about the demand that is growing. It's about poor waste management, and mass tourism. It has been widely recognized that the energy sector and climate change are closely linked, so decarbonation and transition are key and essential and should be accelerated according to the IPCC reports. Achieving a fair and efficient transition implies an evolution and a diversification of the company's energy companies' transition. This transition will take place in an urgent context, in the context of a multiple crisis. It's an energy crisis, it's a transition crisis, so we have to take into account sobriety concept, efficiency and upcycling. We have to push forward renewable energies. The members have committed to follow that path and are committed. Apart from their multiple actions, there is an initiative from that point of view. They are united inside an observatory, and they have made the OMA a key actor of the energy transition in the Mediterranean Sea. So with enthusiasm, we've committed to in the field of plastic in Mediterranean, creating a network with the OME to implement tangible projects. So we have, with the ADEME, organized a workshop to prevent the spread of plastic waste in the Mediterranean Sea, prevention and reduction of plastics in the Mediterranean Sea, the role of energy companies. With the members, with our partners and the OME, it has been organized in last October in Paris. This meeting has allowed us to come up with the first wrap-up of the activities and field activities that are led or that are being prepared at the moment. That was also the occasion to highlight the results of our former actions and some solutions that have been identified as potential solutions for the Mediterranean region, or when it comes to prevention, conscience raising and processing plastics by the members of OMA who have committed themselves with a great enthusiasm and whom I would like to thank. This meeting has highlighted the steps that have been made already by some energy companies and the ambition to become leaders when it comes to circular economy, but also the high interest of others to engage on that pathway and the needs that have been expressed during the meeting in Paris to learn more about the potential that have been identified. I take this opportunity to thank the ADEME and especially Ms. Joëlle Colossio for her support to this highly constructive partnership that we have built together. I would like to hail the organizers of this event, the cooperation with the ADEME and the sea cleaners, with whom we've been closely cooperating so to create the opportunity to discuss a highly important matter and a touchy subject, sharing experiences and insights. I would like to hail the OMA members, the energy actors, stakeholders, and all those who have committed themselves to promote sustainable development and position themselves as key actors, key stakeholders when it comes to reducing the amount of plastic waste in Africa and in the Mediterranean Sea for a fair and efficient transition, fighting against climate change and for the principles of circular economy. Before I give the floor to Ms. Joëlle Colossio, I would like to warmly thank 3 colleagues who are connected with us online. Dominique Campana, thanks to whom this project has been created, Karine Yebo, an expert who is with us and has been with us identifying solutions, and my colleague Matteo Urbani, who has done a tremendous job with lots of zeal and enthusiasm and without taking rest nearly. Thanks to all the participants and to His Excellency the Minister Tarek El Molla, who is honoring us being here with us to follow the end of our work with the representative, the Secretary of State as well, of course. Thanks to all of you. Joëlle, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Minister, I would like to thank you on behalf of the ADEME and of the French team during this decade. I would like to thank for this great organization here. We are happy to be here and we thank you for being with us for this meeting. the subject of plastic is a great subject throughout the world. And it's one of the missions of ADEME to work on these plastic challenges. I'm very happy to be surrounded with so many persons, and I would like to thank the OME and its director, Antonio de Souza, from the programs. And we're trying to make her understand that there are solutions to be implemented immediately. We have the means, but you will see with what Elise will going to show you later, that there are projects, concrete projects. And anyway, ADEME, our mission today is to act. And in order to act, we have to act in the short term, on the one hand, because the plastic is a subject about which we could talk a long time, because there are some plastics that are fundamental for the development, for the research, etc. But there is also the big plastic around the single-use plastics that you take and you throw. These plastics that you find in the seas, they change their shape, and you find them in the shape of microplastics, and they become a part of the food chain. So this is the real subject of this round table, this panel, to eliminate, to recycle, and to reduce the quantity of these plastics. Today, we have to act, as I said, in the long term. At the French level, we have regulations that allow us to act quickly, because of the 30th and 31st of December of this. By the end of December, we'll have the possibility to segregate the plastics and to recycle them. We assisting companies to segregate and to reduce and to destroy these plastics. What we need to do is to limit the plastics in terms of consumptions and usage. We have therefore to help the companies and the citizens to change their behaviors. So we are going to win on one hand of the technique, but on the side is about the change of the behaviors. We've shown us in ADEME that we have excellent performances when it comes to change the behaviors. It's about explaining, about raising awareness, and so on. So the work we do today is to disseminate and to the knowledge and the awareness of the usage of the bad plastic. We don't want to stigmatize behaviors. This is very important too. In the long run, it's very important to be able to transform the cycles that we recuperate. So to recycle them, to reuse them, and to avoid them to finish their lives within the chain of food. So we work hand in hand with the industry. That's why we finance big programs of the upgrading of technologies. We really think that today we are able to act. We have developed with a young startup called Yes We Green, a panel of solutions that allows everyone, whether it's companies or local governments, to find and to implement solutions that can be used immediately. I would like to thank the OME for our partnership, because our objective is to work together in order to. We have to work in a wider scale, not only France, not only Mediterranean Sea, but even the whole world. We have to enrich our tool, our website also, so it becomes a real tool of cooperation. So I'm going to give the floor to Elise, who's the spokeswoman and a partner of Sea Cleaners. Hello everyone. We really hail the efforts of the OME and the ADEME for what they do. which does not exonerate the consumers and us from doing our work. We are about to sign international treaty on the plastic usage. The association for which I work relies on two pillars: the prevention and the cure. First of all, we have to reduce the usage of plastic without opposing prevention and other actions. So we're going to raise awareness in schools, universities, and in companies about the consumption of plastic on Earth. But we also collect the plastic in the seas, in the coast zones, in the mangroves, and elsewhere. What are our tools? We have boats, the Manta, that's a great catamaran that will work on renewable energy, including plastic that will be transformed on board. But for now, we have the Mobila small boats. The first one has 8 meters long, and it will arrive in a few days to Indonesia, to Bali. We are very proud because this modula will be part in 48 hours of the annex to the declaration of leaders of the G20 as a tool to help the environment. I'll just show you a short video on this subject. No sound, and I will not sing. As we have a wide phenomenon, we can easily become completely immobile, and to have the impression that we're using a small spoon to empty the ocean, facing a growing mountain. All the initiative, though, will reward us, and the dynamics of collection creates some victories that help the decision makers and the representative authorities to act. With this double dynamics of correction and prevention, we have a positive impact on several objectives of sustainable development, because the pollution in oceans, plastic pollution, means several elements. It's not only an impact on the marine situation, but the fact is that our organization has an impact on 10 of the 17 objectives. ODD 2, because every macro waste that will not finish in the stomachs of birds or a small fish. This pollution has also a terrible impact on the fertility of fish. ODD 13. We have to act before the disaggregation of plastic, before producing GHG. So we have to, therefore we're protecting the oceans, and we protect zones devastated by practice. So we also have the impact on other DDs. 1, no freedom. 6, clean and sanitation. 8, decent work and growth. I forgot the 7, clean energy and affordable costs. 10 and 12. That all shows that by fighting against the pollution, we don't have a single solution, but a double approach. You can see that these two approaches, I mean correction and prevention, allow us to have an impact on the ODDs and have an impact in terms of social and economy. Social questions and economy. And finally, to reach the youngsters, we need results and concrete actions, because they've had enough of horizons by 30, 50 years. Well, we need more than ever of their engagement. This is why intermediate victories are not to be underestimated. Youngsters, this young generation is very sensitive to these issues. We'll have to change our practices, our solutions, our proposals to then help to these young people to solve the catastrophe that is ahead of us. So it's by searching for solutions that will engage all the generations before that the plastic becomes an element that will kill us. There are big initiatives like UCN that approaches the subject in a holistic way, and we'll have a person here who is going to present the actions of UCN.
On va faire une mini table ronde.
This is going to be a round table with 3 speakers speaking in a row, one after another. We're about to introduce a couple of ambitious solutions. We're going to start with João Sousa. João Sousa, the floor is yours. You're Senior Project Manager of the Marine Program at.
Actually, I'm not director yet. It will take some time. I'll go in English. My French is not that flavory. So, can I have the presentation, please? Thank you.
Overwhelmed with plastic waste. Hundreds of tons of plastic are imported.
So, very quickly, our approach at IUCN is an approach based on the fact that, as you know, plastic, it's not a material, it's a family of materials. Being so, there's not one problem, there's multiple problems, so there will be multiple solutions. Now, all plastics are born the same, but they should not die the same. Some are more useful, some are not, and some of the work that can be done around this with the private sector, that's some of the things we're doing. So if you understand, the first point that we try to address from the beginning is try to understand if I'm measuring the same things. When I do quantification of waste in Japan, am I using the same methodology that I'm doing in South Africa? So this was the first challenge 8 years ago. We need to standardize the way we quantify waste so we are all talking about the same language. If not, that's what we call the complex of Babel Tower. Our approach is very holistic because we understand that the plastic from the moment it's designed, not only as a product, but also as a chemical, needs to be thought because we need to design already for the end of life of the product. So essentially, we address this issue as an economic issue and not so much an environmental issue. It's basically a material that is produced, and when you look at the equation, 1 + 1 + 1 just means that if you actually do a commercial appraisal, a drill, you bring the oil out, you separate, you have gas, ethylene, monomer, polymer, all the way down to the product, you use it, and then you discard it. How come ends up with a value that is 0? It doesn't even make sense. So we started to do this quantification, trying to understand how much, and this is what you call assess to address. We need to know how much. Only when we know how much, then we can start to drive the solutions. So this is part of the work of IUCN, a lot of in quantification. I'm not going to dwell too much on this. This is part of the report that trying to understand the sources of microplastic pollution, not from primary order, but secondary order, the ones that come from degradation of any products. Now, the fact is that we come up with this report 6 years ago, and it already needs to be changed and reviewed, because actually one of the main sources of microplastic from secondary origin, it's not the tires, it's not the synthetic textiles, but actually it's paint. As you know, the whole world is covered with paint. And paint nowadays is made of polymer. So basically means that everything that is outside, and like a building, the paint will last 5 to 10 years, a boat will last 3 to 5, will have to be replaced. This paint will reach the environment. So this is probably the biggest source of microplastics. So our work goes from tropicals to understand the effects of plastic in coral, all the way to ice core sampling in the Arctic to understand the effects of ice of plastic in ice cores. So we understand if plastic actually delays the formation of ice and if it has an impact in the way the plastic melts. Just out of curiosity, we did a lot of assess in terms of sectors. And then we start to understand that if you look at this graph, it's really curious, an average EU citizen living in an EU country spends 1 week of holidays on an island without a proper waste management capacity. Two-thirds of his plastic impact comes from that 1 week only. And this is massive. This is something that people need to understand at all levels. It's actually the burden of tourism, and how can you address this from the beginning? We started to work more around islands, and we actually come up with a project that I'm going to present in the end, in the video, where we try to address and assess all the sectors, so we have basically a plastic ID of the country. Everything that comes in, everything that is produced, everything that is consumed, and everything that ends up in the landfill. What is not in the equation is what lands in the environment. So this is our first assessment. When you understand this, then you can start to tackle the sources. So this is basically our approach. So basically, this is the project, and very briefly I'll touch on this. We do a material flow analysis for all polymer types from all sectors to understand how much arrives per plane, by boat, internal consumption. Everything that comes needs to be quantified. And then you separate this into streams, the recyclables, easy ones, and the non-recyclables. Having understanding that even when you say recycling, what you're actually doing is postponing landfill. You give a second, third life to a plastic, but it will die in the landfill. So meaning that your solutions need to be driven from the top and not from the bottom only. So when we have this material flow analysis, we decide what plastic should follow the route of plastic to fuel, for instance, or a basic mechanical recycling. For that, IUCN created a tool called the Deplastify, where each country can use it. It's for free, of course, and you introduce all the data from your country, and it will tell you what is the most suitable solution to address this type of plastic from a financial level. So basically, this is our approach. I'll just leave you with a video. The video that should be the first one. Coming back. No, it's not there. Oops. So this video will basically explain the project and what we do with at Level Island. So, play.
Islands. Islands are getting overwhelmed with plastic waste. Hundreds of tons of plastic are imported into these islands every day, and nothing ever leaves. All of it heads to overflowing landfills, is incinerated, or leaks into the environment. But space is precious on islands. It can't go on like this. But because islands are small, the solutions are simpler. The people have a deep connection to the sea and will work hard to protect it. We looked at the plastic generated on the islands, crunched all the numbers, and saw what was already there, and designed 9 solutions to reduce plastic waste. Following the lead of local communities, we reduce by eliminating what's not necessary. Then we test reuse schemes like refillable water and food containers. Then we recycle what's left. The easiest thing to recycle is PET bottles. By getting everyone together to build the collective system, the bottles are shipped off the island to be made back into new bottles. Plastic that can't be recycled into the same form in a closed loop can be made into something else, something useful that can be produced locally. And difficult plastics can be chemically recycled once you've found the right technology. These solutions reduce plastic waste, reduce impact on the environment, and help the local economy. And the lessons we've learned can be used on other islands to save even more plastic waste. One day, a similar blueprint could be used in other countries all over the world. After all, the world is made up of islands, both big and small.
Thank you very much.
Alors, est-ce que le représentant de l'IFD...
Is the representative of the IFDD with us? Valir?
The Princess Moradeum Ogunlana, who is the PDG of the AWHPE Global, who is, please, Your Altesse Royale, I give you to speak. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So thank you very much. You are in New York, I think, and thank you very much to speak about your action in your country. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. And this is great discussion going on here, and I'm so happy to be part of the discussion. And thank you, Dr. Huda, for making the connection. I am Princess Moradia Ogunlana, founder and CEO of the African Women's Self-Prudent International. Now, and the initiator of the Africa 259 project. We know that over 17 million tons of plastic waste is deposited into the sub-Saharan countries of Africa annually, and of course we have less than 14%, 12 to 14% are actually recycled. And as I was actually looking at some of the solutions being brought forth today, it really brings me back to the reason why we initiated the Africa 259 project, which was initiated at ADEPEC last year during ADEPEC 2021. And it was coming out of COP27, out of the need to actually have a plan for sub-Saharan African country that actually works for the continent. Because most oftentimes whenever the solutions are brought to the African continent, they are what works in the West, in the Western world. And one of the things that we all know is that the terrain in Africa is different from the one in the Western world. Not only that, but also too, even the challenges of the African people, especially in sub-Saharan African countries, are a little bit different from the people in the Western world. And so we thought it's forth to actually come up with a plan that actually focuses in on Africa and look for ways on how to be able to meet these challenges and actually go into the rural areas and actually see their challenges and look for solutions to it. When we're talking about plastic waste, from the conversation that's gone on earlier, most often time in the Western world, most people don't even think about. Usually, when they get up from bed every morning, they get out of bed and they hop into the shower and they have a cup of coffee or have a croissant or what have you, and they don't even think about anything else because that's their daily lifestyle. But in some of the rural areas, most African countries, that is not their reality. Most oftentimes like this, they have to actually go and actually fetch water to actually bring in to be able to use for their family. So we know that we have to look for a solution, look for a way to actually create a novel, innovative idea. Now, when we talk about the Africa 259, we're talking about the first the Sustainable Development Goals 2, 5, and 9, the zero hunger, and of course equality, and of course the 9 being innovation and infrastructure development. So one of the things that I think, especially when we're talking about plastic waste, most of it had brought there in the country. That is what is used every day, every single day. It's been brought in, but there's no in some of the countries now, there's now solution that's been brought forth, each country with its own solutions to the problems that avails them. And I think there are countries like Tanzania, Kenya, Mali, Cameroon. So some of those ones have actually banned the use of um, plastics, usually, or reduce it, whereby in order to be able to reach that milestone that we're all trying to gain. And one of the things that we look at for solutions to this plastic pollution problem is that we 3 things that we just think about right off the bat was we need to have a training of trainers, training the local community leaders, going into the different local communities and actually training them on the proper disposable way of for plastics, and actually getting them to training them in such a way whereby they know how to properly get plastics recycled properly. And so we believe that, by doing that, we can actually be able to reach more people, because when you train the trainer now, the trainers can now go in and actually train more people to actually make sure that we get our desired goals. Of course, we want to, also to reduce the use of single-use plastics, making sure that people, instead of using plastic and just throwing it away, make sure that they reuse it, they find other ways of using it. And of course, we want to, and of course, the recycling properly is the best way. And of course, we want them to avoid products that contains microbeads, and of course spread the word, making sure that we go from villages to villages, towns to towns, and city to cities, and from country to countries, to make sure that we're able to meet these challenges that's really prevailing, that's really making our continent really hard to live with, unable to actually meet up with the 2030. So this is the charge that we charge ourselves, and we partner with other organizations to make sure that that we're able to reach so many different countries, so that they can we create ambassadors in each of the areas, in each of the countries that we have, so that they can actually be the one in charge of that, and they can now report back to us as to how they're been able to effectively carry out the solutions that we're imposing onto these African countries. And one of the things that the last thing I wanted to mention is that one of the things that we made a real effort to do was to partner with the observant on the Mediterranean countries in Egypt, so that they can actually come along with us hand in hand, because they are very close to the terrain that we're trying to find prefer solutions to. So we're really looking forward to the partnership and to carrying out ideas across the continent, especially the sub-Saharan African countries, going from country to country. Thank you so much, and I hope that we can continue this conversation on on with the Africa 259 and really building up the infrastructure that is needed on the continent in order to be able to sustainably carry out the solutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Votre Altesse, pour.
Thank you very much, Your Altesse, for what you've been doing in Nigeria. It is indeed important to go from local to global, to act locally and think globally. Wherever we are, we all have our hands on the wheel. Thank you very much, Princess Dr. Adum Ogunlana. Are there any questions that you would like to ask or comments that you would like to share with the speakers that are currently on stage? Elise, Joao, would you like to comment on what has been said, or is there something? Your Excellency, would you like to add something? Founder and CEO of African Women's Health Projects International. So thank you very much to the French Pavilion. You've merged both events. We were happy to work together. Thank you to the interpreters. Thank you to the technical team. Thank you to all those who've been helping us with this conversation, this event. Right. It is a new topic for us and a challenging one, apparently. I guess it's crystal clear. Either you might be stunned because of the figures, but at the beginning of an adventure, working upon circular economy between the energy sector and the decision makers for the Mediterranean Sea's future to be brighter. I'm deeply honored to close this high-level roundtable and event. A message from my president, and who warmly thanks Your Excellency to be together with us here at the French Pavilion, and of course the Ministry, the French Republic, for welcoming us here. Save the date, because we're invited for COP28. Let's gather together to wrap things up and see what steps will be made. The same panel, the same round table, together with you, Your Excellency, I hope, to see what progress has been made, what steps have been done in 1 year. So that's a great honor for me to give the floor to Philippe Prédurant, International Action Vice Director, European and International Affairs, Ministry of Environment, and then His Excellency Tarek El Molla. The floor is yours. Thank you very much for these kind words and this introduction. Dear Madame, I hope everybody can hear me well. I would like to express the deep regrets of Madame Couillard, our Secretary of State in charge of the environment. She had to stay in France. Her program has changed last minute. So I'm her representative here, and I'll be trying to come up with a synthesis, to give some closing remarks and to comment on what has been said. The words that strike me the most is a bit of a technical one, but it's holistic. It's a buzzword, but it's linked with the construction logic of this event and echoes a broad vision, a broader vision that is precious that our president likes about the sister fights, like the fight against pollution together with the fight against climate change. Why holistic? Because the aim was to gather stakeholders from the field, people from the civil society and from the institutions as well, so that to get to some synergy, to merge the insights and the prospects, so that our actions become even more efficient. Many decision makers, many politicians repeat that it's urgent. Holistic, yes, that's the right word, and that's an important one. I think all the speakers mentioned the holistic approach in some way or another. There's another thing I would take home, the fact we have to take into account plastic pollution and microplastics pollution from upstream to downstream, from downstream to upstream in a global and broad approach. Because not only have you got the plastics that are rejected by the rivers, but there's things we have to bear in mind, namely the plastics we add to some mass industrial products on purpose. And it has been said by the sea cleaners, among others, that there's what we can pick on the surface, what we can catch there on the surface. It's vital, it's key, because what happens very fast, very quick, is plastic sink, which makes them far more difficult to catch. A couple of words about what France does around this topic. There has been lots of awareness raising lately among the French society, with a strong effort when it comes to popularity raising, to making some advocacy around plastic pollution. Let me remind, if I may, because it can prove useful during further conversations later. Some French stakeholders like the ADEME, let me remind you, are here and will be able to help you creating cooperations, implementation. So a couple of bits of information about what France does. There is an ambitious objective, which is no plastic waste rejected to the sea from now to 2025. Plastic pollution in the sea takes its source, it's a human source to start with, of course, but it's from the land. All the plastic you can find in the sea comes from the lands. So it's about an upstream thing. We have to work upstream. We want some public action when it comes to France. We want to engage the producers, the manufacturers. There is a project we call the REP, which is about putting the accountability of the prevention and of the waste gathering on the manufacturers throughout financial incentives via tax policy, and it works with a growing number of sectors of industries. Some of them not being directly some of them don't pop up to your mind directly, like nautism. Nautism is a key industry when it comes to implementing the manufacturers' accountability. There is another thing that could seem second range, but is in fact experts remind that it's key, and that's making mandatory until 2025 for each washing machine to have a filter, so that that a filter that will help the washing machine keeping the microplastics within it, inside the washing machine. Sounds like a detail, but it's key, in fact, for the when it comes to fighting microplastic pollution in the sea. We have been implementing various solutions. You mentioned modular during your speech. It's an extraordinary thing. I'm very happy it has been forecasted, showcased during the G20. That shows your means are humble, the civil society, but your possibilities, the effects of your actions are huge. You keep experimenting, you keep trying. There are solutions when it comes to gathering. We catch the waste in the seas and in the rivers. We have to keep on working on that pollution, the rivers, before the water makes it to the seas.
And also a passive fishery of waste or cleaning the beaches and so on. That would be for this experimental aspect. I will conclude. Well, I will not conclude yet. Let's say that I will finish this synthesis by saying that I was touched very much by what was said when we were talking about raising awareness that doesn't go through the stigmatization of users, of citizens. This is one of the main axes of the government. The goal, as Her Highness just said, it is very important to, to convince, to disseminate, to show photos that touch the heart and so on and so on. So it's a cultural approach that is very important, because we're talking about the Mediterranean Sea and the Mediterranean region. It is very important that we have a common history. There's the French historian who talked about the Mediterranean Sea and its culture and collective destiny. We can see also in what is happening now. I'm talking about the fight against pollution. I don't want to speak for too long. We've said a lot about means, about methods. And I would finish here by a new opening for something that seems fundamental for the French government. It's the future treaty on plastics, because this is an excellent opportunity to have not only a holistic approach but also a universal approach. So France will be on the first line of these negotiations for this treaty. The basic principle of this treaty has been adopted on the beginning of this year in Nairobi during the UN Assembly for the Environment. We have had 5 sessions of intergovernmental negotiations. One will be organized in France, I hope, at the beginning of next year. This will be a universal approach that will allow us to make even stronger all the actions we implementing together with the partner. We have a very firm positions on this future treaty in France, but also at the European level. You will not be surprised. We'll get back to what was already said today. There's the life cycle of the plastics. That's one. Strong focus on design, the hierarchy of waste, with special attention to microplastics. The plastic that contain dangerous substances are, of course, to be treated in the first. And of course, the extended responsibility of producers, which is, I could say, our small obsession. In other words, a very strong international action, so to act in a concrete way in this fight against the plastic pollution. I think I have already been too long, because that's a subject I could talk for hours on this. Mr. Minister and Your Excellencies, I'm giving you the floor so you can conclude this pavilion. I understand this meeting for the COP28, and we are particularly satisfied by the fact that the merging of several events really works, and I hope that we'll have the occasion in this pavilion to host you on another soil, on another country next year. Thank you for this excellent news. Thank you, France, for this excellent news. So one more time, thank you for hosting us here, and thank you for your leadership and for your support. So one more time, it's a beginning of a beautiful adventure that we would like to continue with you. Before giving the floor to His Excellency the Minister, I would like to say a great thank you for your friendship, for the honor you make to us to be here since the very beginning of this session. Even though your agenda is very full, you stayed with us in the very beginning. But before doing that, I would like to say something, because there's been the Decarbonization Day on the 11th of November, and you said you've accused us of being the source of problem. We are here to be part of solutions. I found that exceptional. Today you are with us to discuss about the dimension of the plastic management. So I'm hailing you. I think it's exceptional. Allow me to share it with you on behalf of all the partners who this merge that's been imposed to us because they've asked us to merge, and we did it. We are so honored to have you here. You're excellent, and I'm giving you the floor, and thank you again, and I wish you great success in all the things that you do. It's a subject on which we could discuss for hours, and I think the reason for my presence here is the fact that this subject is so important, and everyone wants to know how we're going to solve this problem.
And I think that after having heard what we've heard today, thanks to your estimated guests, I believe, and I have to say, we want to commit more strongly when it comes to technology, to cheaper technologies. But that's also about upgrading the level when it comes to people's behavior. It's about education. It's about teaching environmental behaviors. That's not only about technologies, but technologies are highly important when it comes to addressing this problem. Dear Philippe, I'm with you. It's not only about the seas, it's about the rivers. It always starts with the rivers, of course, in our cities. Unfortunately, my speech has been written in English, so I have a couple of pages to read, and I'm going to read them quickly in English. Perhaps can we prepare something in French for next COP in Dubai in French, inshallah.
Dear Princess, thank you for being with us online. It's a pleasure to see you once again. Dear friends,
Thank you so much.
Madame
Thank you
Huda,
so much. It's so wonderful and
merci
very
beaucoup pour m'inviter.
enlightening to be able to
Good
follow
afternoon.
in on this
I would like
discussion.
to
Thank you so
really
much.
extend a warm welcome for all participants as well as all the guests that are present here this afternoon. With this year's focus on turning pledges and ambitions into concrete actions to be an implementation COP, this gathering of nations from across the globe in Egypt, in Sharm el-Sheikh, presents a valuable opportunity to bring together all stakeholders to put differences aside and unite for a truly collective action. And for the first time in the history of COPs, a Decarbonization Day was held as part of the official thematic days of the conference. Decarbonization Day was a valuable window to engage the hard-to-abate industries into discussions and implementation of climate solutions as a key stakeholder. Similarly, today's event was important to engage governments and private sector, including energy companies and international bodies, to promote dialogue on raising awareness on the issue of plastic waste in the maritime environment. Mesdames et messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen,
has indeed reinforced the importance of this year's COP by showing that the solutions for overcoming the climate challenges exist. The environment harm of single-use plastic bags includes wildlife endangerment, coral reefs destruction, and global warming. In line with this global trend and best practices, Egypt has framed a national strategy to reduce a negative impact of excessive consumption of plastic bags on health, on environment and economy, as well as overall society. Within this strategy, Egypt targets to reduce the consumption of single-use plastic bags by 2050 to less than 50 bags per year per capita. Together with governorates like in the Red Sea, Alexandria, and the New Valley, the city of Sharm el-Sheikh was recently announced to ban the use of single-use plastic bags. In this respect, and as part of our petrochemicals strategy plan, we are working to implement two important and pioneering projects to support Egypt's target to reduce single-use plastics. These two projects are production of polylactic acid to produce biodegradable plastics and plastics recycling to produce oil from plastic waste, which could then be used to produce green ethylene as a feedstock to producing green polyethylene, thus contributing towards circular economy by closing up the loop to reuse discarded plastics. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that this event has reinforced the importance of the COPs by showing the solutions for overcoming the climate challenges that exist. What is needed is to accelerate action by applying these solutions at the scale, and for this to happen, collaboration is required between all stakeholders to put in place the required policies, mobilize and transfer the required technologies, and avail the required concessionary financing. With its unique skills and resources and supported by the right enablers, the energy industry continues to demonstrate that it can indeed play a key role for on-ground implementation of the circular economy. I would forward and look forward for the support of all parties present here today to turn our ambitions, plans and targets to realities to overcome our common environmental challenges. Thank you very much. C'est un plaisir.
Bonjour à tous, est-ce que vous m'entendez bien? Pour les...
Welcome everyone. For those who don't speak French, you can take headsets. You have a direct simultaneous translation. Thank you for joining us for this subject about the ecological transition. We'll be speaking today about theory. On one side, we'll tell you about the razor earning tools. Our Cyprien Forviel is online. Is from the Mediterranean and is going to take the floor immediately. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to participate, even if it's in a remote way. We, in our organization, what we do, we are raising awareness. We're talking about the big popular audiences. Every time that the society needed to implement big changes, they were using special tools, something that does not exist. I'm talking about symbolic places that allow to collect people together to also to hand over the knowledge about the things. We've been working on this project for 3 years here from France, from the city of Marseille, where we prepared the creation of a first place of awareness raising in Marseille Old Harbor, 14,000 square meters. It will be about the transitional changes in Mediterranean Sea. There will be a oceanographic museum, so people will be able to understand the richness of the sea, but also the relation between the environment and the human species, the impact of our lives on the Mediterranean environment, all along the history of this of the Mediterranean Basin. And also people will get to know, to understand what is actually going on, so everyone can understand the impact of human activities and all the activities on the Mediterranean Basin. And we have the necessity to reduce this impact. That's something that they have to understand. And we also need to prepare new regulations because these changes in the Mediterranean region are faster than anywhere else in the world. So we have to be, we are already, the impact changes like 20% faster than elsewhere. This is why we are working on the creation of this first place that will be open in 2026 with a museographic part that's targeted at schools that come here in the framework of formal education, but also for young people for other activities, but also we target young audiences. And thanks to this tool, we believe that we can engage people and encourage them to act to help the accelerated transition. This is exactly our goal. We'll host also spaces dedicated for training, about continuous training on the challenges, existing challenges, but also trainings that we develop together with several universities from all around the Mediterranean Sea. French, of course, on one hand, but also Spanish, Moroccans, Tunisians, from Lebanon, Greek, with whom we've worked in order to integrate specific trainings that will be added to the existing trainings, to the already existing training. Or we'll create new studies on masters, on in the case when more complex training will be needed. Of course, we don't want to replace the universities. We just try to assist them and to help them to conduct common actions and to accelerate this transition dynamics. and to have a location in Marseille, as I said. There will be a part dedicated to research or to assistance for projects, because we are aware of the fact that this transition has to be present on the territories and implemented by actors that are present on a daily basis on these territories, and they have to understand that what has to be done will also help in the mutualization of actions. And it's one of the important challenges. We also create sort of showrooms to show the initiatives that are implemented by different or concepts of different actors that have been developed by private actors, by members of civil society and others who are engaged to try territory by territory to develop good initiatives. When we're talking about the Mediterranean, because as I said, everything is accelerating around this sea, we want to have a chance to win this bet. We have to mutualize, we have to work together and to valorize it. For us, the creation of this space, of this place, is something very important to help our activity. We want to create several symbolic places connected with the environmental transition in order to represent. We want to be like a lighthouse in a crowded zone. We want to enlighten the populations that are around, but have also a place to gather people in times when fear may conduct us to actions that are all too strong. This is what, like here, this is what gathers the participants. We want to acquire better knowledge of the challenges and of the actions. Of course, our places, the ones we want to create, will not replace the existing initiatives. We just want to be like a showroom that will allow us to target populations that are not directly targeted by actions that are being implemented. So the first place will be in Marseille, as I said, and the old port in Marseille, in the center of the city. We work with other partners, also, for example, in Morocco, to start the same approach there, to create a second place. Our objective is not about just creating these sites everywhere around the city, but just creating places that will do and to use their energy and to engage them to obtain results. The idea that will complement this network is to engage the territories where we are present. So we are developing a specific action plan to be built with local partners, whether it's in France or in Morocco now also, to develop awareness-raising actions to allow other actors to do the same things, to reach the populations in these territories. First of all, we act around the Mediterranean Sea with an objective that is to reach the population around the Mediterranean Sea, but also to reach all the populations that are under the Mediterranean influence. So to raise the awareness of what is actually happening and to help to assist everyone in building a transition roadmap, whether we're talking about local governments, private actors, or other organizations and universities. This is more or less the tool that we are trying to build. Also, scientific mediation, negotiation, in other words, to exploit the knowledge created by universities. I don't know. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Perfect. Welcome, everyone. Forgive me for being late. I am el-Sheikh, President of the Office for Climate Education. I'm a scientist. I do research on climate in the French CNRS in Paris. I think that I have a presentation. Here it is.
De l'OCE, mais avant de...
But before starting to talk about the OCE, you remember what was said by Stefania Giannini during this COP, as she was present. She works at the UNESCO. That the education, what she said, is that education is the most transformative adaptation action. It's about training future generations, I mean citizens, decision makers, entrepreneurs, and also experts and scientists that will implement adaptative actions in the world of tomorrow.
Education to climate change comes with a couple of challenges. The first one being that the education programs contain few things about climate change, especially when it comes to primary school. We're doing better. We switched in a couple of years from 30% to 50% of the content with the word climate in it, but climate is not spoken about widely in schools. It's also about the scarcity of education resources of quality. It's also about the lack of trainings. Many teachers don't know sufficiently the subject. Quite few of them are able to teach about climate change. Even among those who have been trained, few put it into practice, which is a bit of a touchy subject. First thing before, it's a complex science. Climate science is complex. The topics are controversial. They come with their lots of emotions. Teachers are very often they feel that the teaching the subject, talking about climate change, changes them into activists, which they don't want. The education environment is not equipped with the cross-sectorial tools this kind of education takes. It's not only a question, it's not only about geology or geography or physics or chemistry, it's cross-topic, which is another challenge. The lion part of public action is focused on awareness raising, and so the action for climate empowerment show that half, I mean, the development of these awareness raising tools is essential, of course, but there is only 15% put on education. These awareness-raising tools are essential because that's about waking people, but these bear not the transformation power that education has got to it. They are quite complementary. Our office has been created right after the Paris Agreement. Its aim being to provide teachers with the tools that will enhance, that will allow them to teach the basics when it comes to climate change, but also soft skills, so that the young generation gets equipped and set and ready to tackle the challenges of the future. We work with the University of the Sorbonne in Paris. We have around 70 partners in 30 countries. We are under the authority of the UNESCO. We've had their support from 3 years. Our roots are quite IPCC related, though. We we cooperate. I am an IPCC scientist myself, but I'm not the only one. We're doing capacity building around quality climate change education. So we talk to primary school teachers in developing countries. First thing, we also work in developed countries like in France or elsewhere, but that's about creating education resources, materials. I have a couple of them. I can't give them all, but I have some with me and I can show you. That's about teachers training, continuous, permanent teachers training. Initial training is far more tricky, but that's something we've started doing in certain countries as well. The UNESCO label has led us to advocacy among policymakers as well. A few guiding principles are guiding our actions. They belong to the DNA of our organization. Science first, a cross-sectorial, a cross-disciplinary, multidisciplinary approach as well. Science teaching requires precise strategy, which is why we base upon that to a great extent. Cooperation is important. You cannot remain sat at your computer somewhere in Paris and change the world. So you need some partnerships with key actors, key stakeholders on the field. It is extremely important. All our resources, all our documents are free of charge for all the teachers. Open use, open access, which is extremely important, and they have to be relevant on the field on a given territory, which is important for it to have a positive long-term impact. An education and science board supports us. Scientists and education specialists working together in good intelligence. They are at the basis of the quality follow-up, regardless of the language in which we work. It's an open source, as I was saying, it's all free of charge. One of the main principles of the UNESCO, which means the content we create, it's non-profit, and it's something one can use as they want. Anything they create is supposed to be free of charge as well. That's the main idea at the heart of the open source thing. So we closely cooperate with the IPCC. We have IPCC representatives. We have people from the various IPCC departments. Teachers, as you see on the left, downloads are available. And people do so. They do download it. Thousands, tens, hundreds of thousands downloads. It's a document that allows teachers to get informed and remain informed about the IPCC work. We also have white papers for the teachers about climate and the emerged lands. Contents 200, 300 pages with a couple of key in hand contents that has been created with education specialists, with scientists, and tested on pupils, if I may say so, tested in the classrooms. The teachers who haven't been provided with that kind of resources of contents receive them from us. We cooperate with teachers, trainers, whom we have to train as well, of course, providing them with the scientific basis and the essential knowledge. We also create multimedia resources, videos, recordings for the teachers, for the sake of their curiosity, of course, but for their work above all. Docs are one thing, but trainings are extremely important. You can't just send some documents and suppose that teachers will use them as you wish they would. You have to raise, you have to allow people to truly deeply understand what's at stake, so that we have a training protocol. It's not improvised. There are workshops that last a couple of days, and that will be the end of my speech. Around 30 hours of training are required for a teacher to be able to teach. It's partly online. We started with the pandemics as many, but we are trying to find the good balance between on-site and on-site. Education, that is education and online working. It's not a good mix, but partly we do work online, partly. Around 1 million pupils, as training a teacher means generations, about 3-4 generations, many generations of pupils will benefit from it, far more than 4. So the first gig was in Glasgow, the second one last year, the Teachers' COP. The Teachers' COP is a tool that gathers teachers in the COP. We talk a lot about youngsters, about children, about adults too during the COPs, but the teachers are extremely important and too often forgotten about. So I think it is important to have them streamlining the COP, making it a part of their spinal cord. The enthusiasm it has raised is a pleasant thing to watch. That's about showing the scientific dimension, the soft skills dimension, the know-how dimension, and to share among and within the community network between teachers. Education aspects are quite local. There are things you can share globally. There are good ideas that you can copy-paste from one country to another, from one continent to another. Not everything, but it does happen. Projects are led on in the whole world, Latin America, Mexico, Central America as well, with Mexico, Northern America, as you see, Canada, Southeast Asia. The next big project is called ARISE. It's Africa, Senegal, Kenya, and Mauritius. So the first thing is to identify the right stakeholders, those with whom you're willing to cooperate. The ALEC project in Latin America, 2 countries at first, Chile, 3 countries, Mexico, Colombia, Chile, 4 million euros, 5 years, training around a million people. The big work is on the resources, engaging. Climate change science is the same for everybody, because we're living on the same planet, but when it comes to mitigation and adaptation, things vary from one country to another. Education systems vary. They come in all colors and shapes, of course. In certain countries you get 70 pupils in a classroom, in other it's more 20, 30. So you need local actors, local stakeholders for your actions to be relevant.
So really this impact to be relevant, to disseminate and to change the scale, to develop a great work of local resource adaptation, and we want to make a bridge between this global knowledge of the GIEC and the local reality. And thank you very much for your attention. Hello everyone, is it okay now? Can you hear me okay? Thank you. I have the task to replace Cedric Feinbach, the creator of the association, that he could be with us. I will present you in 3 stages our association, the why, the reason for being. Then I'll tell you how do we do it specifically, how do we follow this, how we do it, this mission, and at the very end, I will tell you, answer the question what, so that becomes concrete. First, I would like to ask you two questions. Can you lift your hand if you have no work in front? There's nothing you can do to help with the climatic changes. Is there any of you who think that the Paris Agreement will be unable to comply with them? Well, the reason of our being, and I will have to read, is to accelerate the understanding of the challenges in terms of climate at the world level, to accelerate and to trigger the right mechanism. You will tell us it's very ambitious. Yes, it's true. And I will tell you now how we want to do it. Of course, we're not lonely. We just want to contribute. At the level of how, we have a tool which consists in employing people for this. Our thing has been translated in 45 languages, as said before. What's important is that there is always a cultural aspect. So typically, there's a sentence by Nelson Mandela who tell me in English, I can follow you. Speak to me by language, I will follow you. So this is about using the local challenges so we can advance. So this is an extremely important and strong aspect of our approach. The second one is that our act is based on the GIEC report. So instead of reading the 3,000 pages of the GIEC IPCC report, we do something shorter. Now, it's true that it took you quite a lot of time to understand what is going on. In 1 hour, an hour and a half, we have the principal element of the IPCC report. So the idea is to adapt to the culture, thanks to local interfaces, to make available the 3,000 pages of the IPCC report, thanks to this game. I told you 1 hour, 1.5 hours. And the third aspect is that the objective is to decentralize it as much as possible. So globally, if we act like we organize in a pyramid, it will not work. We have to have a very decentralized organization. And I will come to figures a little bit. In 3 years, we went from 2,000 people who participated to the workshop to 500,000. We have more or less 50 countries who participate to this workshop. How did we do it? The power of our workshop is this availability. It's enough for you to follow 3 hours of a workshop, and then you can make your own for your friends, for your colleagues, within a company. What I haven't told you is that some of the actors who will focus on a precise chosen audience, like youth, we don't do this. We have something for the kids, and a version for adults. Another one for decision takers. I will give you an example later. For the companies, also for the wide audience. So this, we do it thanks to this network of facilitators in the world. Because 3 years ago, there was like 100 moderators. Now there's 5,000 of them. And thanks to this network of 25,000 very engaged people, to say this initiative can really contribute to accelerate the things. This is how we found people who make the effort to translate our effort in 45 languages, Chinese, and many others that are not that much spoken. This would be for about the big figures, the main figures, I'd say. Concretely, how? I told you why. I said how and what. This is a workshop that is organized in 3 stages. The first one is the head to understand what is going on. The second one is creativity part. Well, the objective is to anchor the principal knowledge. So we don't want millions of experts of climate change. We just want to have million people who tell to themselves, okay, I understood the main elements. I am able to tell myself that where I am, I can do things, and how will I contribute myself. And not only the youngsters, it's not the decision makers, it's everyone. This is the meaning, the sense of this workshop. After 3 hours, you tell to yourself, me as an employee of a company, me as a member of a community or a member of my family, how can I contribute? The first thing is to become a moderator of the workshop, and that creates teams who share a common understanding of the subject. So this makes the work of the whole organization much easier. So the workshops, the first part is cause. So you connect causes to consequences, because usually the teams are 4 to 8 people. As a facilitator, you can animate 1 or 2 groups, maximum 15%. Once you've done it, you got the creativity part that really is there to anchor the knowledge. And the third part, we address 3 stages again. First is the head, so the general figures. We need to be aware of these actions. They don't have the same impact. Secondly, we have a part that is more based on emotions, because it's a subject that can make us anxious, so we think how to act. It's so important to have space and to connect with others and to understand how we can act together. Thirdly, we have a part about the action. That will depend. The strength of this tool is that it's very flexible. So if you do workshop for kids, it's not the same one that you do for comics of Amundi. Figures we did it for comics Amundi. That is 1/4 of the assets of BlackRock. So obviously not the same thing for the kids and then for this audience. Now it concerns the experience that I've just finished, and you have to know that we started when we had quarantine during COVID. It still worked. We've adapted the tool to develop it online. So this is how we've managed to reach audiences that are very far. When we had our moderators, our activists, and now we can do this workshop locally, live or remotely. So we can say that globally, what is interesting to be understood is that when you became a facilitator, you become a member of a community of 20,000 people all over the world. I don't know how about you, but me, for long years, I was asking myself, how can I contribute to this subject, to actually go in the right direction? Systematically, it seems so huge that it overwhelms us. Well, here we learn how to do it with the first step, 3 hours, then the next step, to train to become a facilitator, and then you start to moderate, to create your own workshop, and you will develop the number of your, let's call it, students. And then you enter in touch with other facilitators, other members of our group. So this is the possibility to be a part of an ecosystem. And I can tell you that within 2 years, it was really exponential, my engagement. That's cool. Your itinerary, your path allows you to get you from the track of inaction. Have you ever heard of it? This idea that when you do this workshop, when you do it for the civil society, they say, there's nothing I can do. If I take my car, the decision makers should adapt the infrastructure. So if we do it for companies, what do they tell us? They say, I'm producing and I'm selling what the citizen want to buy. So I wanted in this competitive environment do something, because if we don't do it, they say, the politicians say that we'll disapprove if they don't want what people want. Each time we want to implement rules to change the sectors, there's lobbying that prevents us from implementing rules. There's not enough citizens who support us, and really it's like we're throwing the same ball to each other. This is a part of this triangle of inaction. It's like a stair, like stairs made of four steps. So first you increase your knowledge, then you disseminate your knowledge, then you act, and finally you act in a more collective and global level. So that would be about these elements. And I will just show you a few illustrations, because we've talked about big figures, but concretely now, as I said before,
that's something we do with many kinds of people, but I will talk about three kinds. The first one is policymakers, politicians. Bear in mind that we have 570 MPs in France. Many of them are talking about climate because the Commission has decided to use this tool in order to train all the French MPs. That's the first thing. Second thing, all the ministry cabinets have committed to work on it. The industry, the home of public offices, transformation, environment. It is the idea. The objective is to have all the ministers in France co-creating all the cabinets, going through this training. The third step, that's about training 25,000 high-level public officers in France. Fourth step, all the public officers, but this will take 5 years. It's more in the long run. So that's about the fillers. Now, when it comes to the companies, that's growing exponentially. We used to have two requests back in the years. Now we have per year. Now we are sinking. We are victims of our own success because the workshop is more and more popular. EDF, electricity, the electricity producers in France, Amundi for 4,000 workers. So the amount of companies interested in and using our tools is growing. So this awareness-raising action is indeed extremely efficient. Third thing, civil society, and mainly students. We have the climate, the back-to-school climate action with hundreds of students taking part in it, taking part in the training. Don't think I've forgotten about anything, but feel free to ask questions afterwards. One last speaker, thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Benoit. Highly instructive. I'll be talking about a project. It's for children and youth as well. My name is Elise. I belong to the Low Carbon Transition Association. The carbon wrap-up has been made by the ADEME after an association has been created in 2011, so that the carbon balance. During the 4 last years, our association has grown. We talk to the citizens via we call our Justice for Climate. That's by calculating our individual footprint. We work with children and youth because that it was chronologically during the climate demonstrations. We wanted to show the youth sound issues. It's a European project. It's we call it the low carbon project in France, which is more evocative. Via this project, the idea is Benoit has been talking about the scale, and it is indeed important to understand where we can fight and then go for it, because calculating things is nice, but it always takes action plans afterwards. when it's coming to it. So that's what this project is about. When it comes to the European scale, the PBC is the coordinator. We also work with another French association. It's a non-profit association that supports and raises awareness. It's also about creating education tools. So should you want to reach us from that point of view, feel free to do it. There is also an Italian company that helps us when it comes to the digital tools, and some associations from Spain, one of which is more into design thinking. This will be linked with the creating phase of the action plan, which action plan has to emerge from the pupils, from the youth themselves, not from the teachers. It is very important for it to be grassroots, for it to be downstream. There is also a European project that is co-financed by Erasmus+. We also receive money from the ADEME for the French chapter, a bit more developed than others. We have other partners. You can see the lists on our website, by the way, and we also try to gather more and more partners to organize meetings and to enrich, because we are more into carbon accountability, but there is more to it. It's a broader picture, so we have to work on other topics as well. So concretely speaking, what has been created by the European Consortium, time frame wise, it has been created in 2020. The third year is about to start, but that's not an ending story. We want this project to last, of course. We are finalizing the tools. You'll find a kit with all the documents for the teachers, for them to use them in their classrooms. There is a bit of theory to it, some exercises, some very interactive workshops as well. We have an online carbon footprint calculator. You see the address of the website on the screen. It's in French, Spanish, Italian and English. All our docs are to be found there under this address. This project has been conceived for the youth and children and youth, but it falls within the climate change, the fight against climate change. So it's always about broadening the scope of stakeholders. The ecosystem has to be broader, bigger than just a school. So we have to get in touch with the teachers and professors, but also with the public officers, all these stakeholders that gather and move around the school are to be contacted. It's the whole school, the whole education ecosystem. This is more France specific, but that allows us to get E3D labels. That's a bit of an entrance door sometimes, but the main idea is to bring everybody towards a collective action thing, tending at reducing our carbon footprint. Very tangibly speaking, concretely, how does it look like in the time frame of a school year from September to June? You have the awareness raising phase. That's for the adults, the grown-ups. So you get in touch with them, you explain, you tell them the project is going to take place and how what the bolts and nuts of the project are, so that people are not stunned whenever people come to ask about their gas or electricity invoices, because people who work in schools can be a bit surprised in that situation if they haven't been warned. first thing. Then you have the second phase that's called understanding what climate change is. Lots of theory about it. That's about energy, human activity, the climate. That comes together with activities, awareness-raising activities, so that the teacher who's in charge of the project doesn't become, isn't on his own. Then you have the carbon activity, the longest one with the data collecting. We want the pupils to be not to take a back seat, but to put their hands on the wheel and go to the school restaurant, to the administration. It is time consuming, indeed, it takes some time, but it's very important to make things as tangible gets in the eyes of the pupils. Some pupils have even made some calls to the public administration, the regional administration. Then you have the calculation phase, which is facilitated by an online tool. It just takes putting data online, then you get an illustration, you take a graph explaining where and how your schools create the most greenhouse gases. And then you have the action plan phase, which is about taking the greenhouse gases emissions post sources within the school, and then you decide what to do with what. You come up with prototype, with pilot phase projects. It's the most creative phase. Pupils love it. It's a very good way to work. And then you have the last phase, which is the restitution phase, which can be bypassed sometimes because it's dense and it comes with lots of work, but it's important for the pupils and the teachers not to give up at this phase. It's the last mile. It's quite demanding, but it's very important. So the idea is also to engage other pupils, other teachers as well. There are many ways to do it. It can be about awareness raising inside the school, but also outside. There was a school that got in touch with another school, primary schools, getting in touch with older, with schools for older pupils. They proved to be able to spread the good word.
Just what I showed you about the calendar during a year. Generally it starts in October because there are elections of the eco delegates, whether in September or in the beginning of school. This awareness trainings will continue up to Christmas. Then you have the carbon accountancy that will go from January to end of March, beginning of April. If you have an action plan stage, and in June, depending of the exams of the schools, you have this restitution phase. I put you here a few illustrations of the feedback that we've had from our schools. This is these few photos. You see an article from a newspaper. That's about this. I went to see the primary schools, and then an illustration of a cloth collecting action. It was about raising awareness on one hand, the school students, also their parents. So every pupil, every student was coming back to school with a coat, with a sweater, so we could exchange it with another student. And what was behind it was lowering the second thing was about lowering the heating by 1%. And we have a college that has participated to the education prize. The first prize was given by Jean Josel himself. So Students were very proud, so were we, by the way. I'm not hiding it. It was a cool way to close this year. That was in 2001. So on this last slide, you can write down the internet address with our resources, and if you have any questions, we'll make a pleasure to give you answers. I think we can get to the questions and answers session if you have any. I think that Cyprien is still with us online. Aussi, and the fresque, do not hesitate to ask us questions.
C'est OK? Oui. Merci bien. Donc,
thank you. I'm from the Energy Transition Ministry. I'm also the focal point of the IPCC for the French government. So I would like to thank you very much for these four speeches that illustrate us the different approaches of education, awareness raising, and so on. Because we need all these forces and these differentiated approaches to work. Another remark on a question that is basically, that's a question for Benoit from the Fresque Climat, to tackle the question, don't you believe in the success of the Paris Agreement? I don't think it's a good introduction to raise awareness. I'm part of the negotiation team, and I can testify, really, no one can say that the Paris Agreement is a failure. There's many of the objectives of the Paris Agreement that will be achieved. Just an example that is not very good to say it about the losses and damages. It was an item of negotiations that we did not want because behind there were problems, legal, very complex. And the truth is that today the civil society and the developed countries have managed to put this point on the agenda, and this is a great success. Long-term temperature objectives are lower, much lower than 2 degrees. The efforts are to 2 or 3 degrees. We're saying 1.5. The IPCC tells us in 2030 will not succeed. Well, we see now that it's available. When you see how the civil society, the companies, even if you may have doubts, brainwashing, all that exists, but the pressure has increased, and it's shared by everyone. So you have to be very careful with these things. So I still have a question, though. How the Fresque de Climat takes in account the reports of the last work groups that have been published?
Merci pour vous.
Thank you very much for this question. I didn't want to say that Paris Agreement had no meaning, it's worthless. I just wanted to say that and from a psychological point of view, we know it's very difficult to engage people, and that they have nothing, they can't do anything. That was important for us because we see ourselves. I'm just telling about my personal conviction. If the Paris agreements we're unable for now to comply with them is because the awareness at the global level is not sufficient. So we work here to raise this question and to increase the acceptability to get as close as possible to 1 or 2 degrees. The second point I wanted to see when it comes to your question, the idea is to update it after each report. Here, after the physical risks report, we've updated our things. If that was your question. Concerning groups 2 and 3, well, you can see that our workshops is made in 3 parts. The first one is about understanding the causes and the consequences of the climate change, and this you would have to ask to the founder, Sion Bach, who's not here. But for me, it's mostly the group 1, because we've updated just before the COP26. Just after the groups 2 and 3 issued their reports, as far as I know, we have not updated the game, as I say. Thank you for your question anyway.
Bonjour.
Hello. That's echo. That's much from the Foundation for the Protection Environment. I'm sorry there's some echo. First of all, I would like to thank the ABC for inviting us. I have 2 questions, if you allow. One for the President Climat. I had the luck to participate to workshop. It was excellent. And I would like to get the second stage to train for President Climat. So if you could share concretely how do you do it to get trained. Secondly, you said about the beginning of school. You didn't elaborate on this subject. Could you tell us more about how to train students after the beginning of school? And a question for the gentleman from the OCE. You've spoken about educational projects, the foundation MCs, whose education, whose goal, mission is to precisely to assist in the education, like Eco School. I saw the logo on the slide. We have national operator for the program called Eco École that we developed together with the Foundation for the Education and the Environment. So we have more or less 3,500 schools that have been labelized, have received the label. But we have problems with the teachers, with their community. So if you could share with us a little bit, because I see that you train more in Africa, Sub-Saharan, Morocco does a lot. We would be very interesting to collaborate, maybe to see how you can help the teachers to increase their competences in this area. Thank you very much.
Bon, commençons par la formation des enseignants.
Let's start with the trainings. We have to train the teachers first thing. We are already in touch with the Mohammed VI Foundation. It's a strategic partner for us. We had a couple of meetings. They invited us to their next general meeting that will be at your place in March. We'll be there. We'll be with you. When it comes to choosing the countries, we receive many queries, and that's a good thing. The idea behind the Africa project is to have one of French-speaking countries, English-speaking countries, and islands. Then, when it comes to Latin America, once a project has been created, once we train teachers, once we train youngsters in the schools, we want it to spread, regionally speaking. So we'll be talking about it with Morocco, but Mohammed VI Foundation is a key partner for us to develop further high-level and broad projects. But these deep projects, there has been examples. We'll see it with the first project. It's from 2 to 5 days. There will be workshops during the introduction or during the conclusion, but We want to scale it up. We want it to grow. We want the youngsters to feel this fight is there. We don't want the teachers to get the feeling they're becoming activists, which makes words extremely important. It's touchy, it's about details, which is why foundations, associations like yours is extremely important. You have the awareness raising thing, and this phase is extremely important. But there is this vademecum, this white paper. There are others. I can't give you this one because this copy is mine and I need it, but you can download the PDF version for free. I'm giving you the floor. Thank you. When it comes to the first question, there are two options. The first one is if you have some free time after the COP, there are trainings, there are workshops. We propose workshops at the Francophonie Pavilion Wednesday morning. No, sorry, the training is on Thursday. But you can find information on our website because there is a tab, a COP27 tab. Second option, if you don't have the time, you can pay us a visit there whenever you have some free time, and we will explain you how to join us either now or later. Now, when it comes to the back to school climate action, there are a couple of tools and elements, but the main idea is we have one person in charge of this back to school climate action, and he or she will be able to support you to talk about the older pupils, like students, for instance, or high school youngsters. Thank you. Hello, Cécile Saboureux from the Côte d'Azur University. One question for the OCE, but not only. That's about French universities. Do you cooperate with French universities? And if yes, do you consider basing upon their networks? Because the trainings, that's a network that should be used inside universities to push forward. Yes, indeed. There are two answers to that question. First thing, these students, we're not into students, we're into youngsters from 9 to 15 year old. But yes, apart from that, we work with science houses. We have the La Main La Patte Association, and we do cooperate with the Ministry of Education. It's a key partner for us. We have a teacher that is detached and sent. So there's this training program with several partners. So that's already a reality. The demand, in France is huge. It's 20% of our work. So we have that will have us scaling things up, obviously, because we need to put another bracket. We're in touch with them via the Josel report. Perhaps do you know a bit about it? We are building bridges between the panels, and it's before baccalaureate. After it, we reach several levels to base upon at university as well. Two bits of answer will be cooperating with various stakeholders. Our scientists do go to universities, so there are strong links with your university, but with others as well. That's getting deployed. The OCE doesn't have the means because it's merely 12 people, so we can't go to every country, but we can rely upon local stakeholders like Teragir. In France, for instance, it's a French network. That's the French AFE. We train people on the field there locally for them to use the documents. and train further. It's a very dynamically changing world context. We're working at it, but we've focused first thing on the permanent training, on teachers' permanent training, because it's updated every 2 years. That's not very often, so permanent training is important. The initial training you were mentioning depends upon countries. Each country has its own system, so it's a one-shot thing. We have partners, but it's not systematically organized as with permanent training. Hello. My question is for the Fresque du Climat. You said that 570 MPs would be trained in France. Is it mandatory, or are they just merely invited to take part in the training? The 500, the MPs in France, members of parliament. Well, I'm just spreading what Cédric told me, so it depends. I hope I remember well, but what he said is the president, the chairman of the Sustainable Development Commission, has this ambition to make it a serious game and to train the 570 MPs, which means all of them. But there is no time schedule we have to stick to. What we base upon is 1 year and a half for the MPs. When it comes to the there is a time frame for the high-level public officers and for the other ones, but not for the MPs. We talk a lot about training, but this is an awareness-raising tool more than an education one. So that's about raising the awareness of our decision makers of the political world. But let's pay attention to the words we use. Awareness raising is a step, but sometimes people tend to think, I've been trained, I'm okay, I can forget about it, I'm equipped, everything's going to be okay. But awareness raising is important with the NGOs, with the Fresque, but then you have the deep work with the professional training. We, the scientists, we organize that kind of training, professional trainings, just as we do with the teachers, and there is more long-term thinking to it. Both are needed, but it's important to talk about education when it's about education, and you to talk about awareness raising when it's about awareness raising. Next speaker. That falls within a broader project. It's merely one of the bricks we lay on the wall. Education is about transforming the vision you have of the world, depending on the people, on their sensibility or their sensitivity. The Fresque is a game changer. Not sure you ask yourself the question, but what makes us know such a lot about climate change? I've studied psychology, and I know as long as people don't have the tools in their hands, they remain in denial, and that's quite logical, psychologically speaking, because as long as you are not sure you can change things, you won't be going there, because you have a good reason not to start working. It's like you have action plans, you need to have the tools, you need to have an action plan. If not, you won't be doing anything. If you feel you can't do anything, you remain in denial, and that's a human bias, and that's a normal thing. That's our nature. If once you're sure, you know what to do, you know where, and you have the tools that are required, you take your hands out of your pockets and you start fighting. As long as you don't have those tools, 1, 2, 3, you remain in denial.
Bon, l'échange confirme la difficulté effectivement autour.
Yes, yes, around this training and awareness training. Yeah, you've mentioned this social training, clerks. That's something that's being implemented. The fresque for the climat is one of the actions that contribute to the training system. All this training that started a long time ago with the École des Ponts responsible for the preparations. Well, according to the level of the clerks, the types of trainings that they will have, and the relevance and the other. All that to say that we need some humbleness if we don't want to disappoint. So I'm very favorable, and I have a very good opinion about Fresque du Climat. But you have to remember. That's the problem with the world today. There's lots of failures because there are interests with lots of ego, and it's not like an attack. We'll build a new, different world only if everyone contributes at his own level. Well, he puts his own brick to this wall, so to say, including that concerns everyone, including the government that I'm supposed to defend because. It's my employer. Just to.
Raison d'être, il y a marqué contre.
This is why it's in our reason of being. It's written to contribute. This is why when I took the floor, I started by saying we are one actor amongst others. So forgive me if you took my words like Fresque du Climat is going to save the world. Now, really personally. And around me, I know that we've managed to accelerate to a movement. But that's it. That's just it. So I hope I apologize if I apologize.
Bon bah du coup s'il y a plus.
Okay, then if there's no more questions, I think we can close this session. Thank you very much for participating to this session. As I said, in terms of synergy, it's very important. As this event was, we are several actors who proposed this event, and the pavilion proposed us to merge these events as the subject was the same. I think it's always interesting to discuss because we keep our projects on our side because we have to work on them. It takes energy, and sometimes we forget that on our side there are other actors who work on the same subject, and we're trying to create these synergies. So I think it was extremely interesting today to ally, so to say, these full speeches. So thank you again, and thank you, a great thank you to the audience.
And that's the... Great. Still working, perfect. That's okay, that's okay. Thank you. So, hi everyone. We will try to start slowly. I'm really happy to see so many people on this very interesting and crossing topics. So on behalf of IDDRI and CIRED, so I'm really happy to moderate the session today about rethinking climate ambition and cooperation from development pathways and how to inform the global stocktake, how the development pathways inform it. Clearly, as just a brief introduction before to pass the floor to my colleague for the framing presentation, the latest IPCC report actually highlighted how development pathways structure the GHG emissions. And it also highlighted, and Frank will insist on that, what we need to implement as different type of transformation, as structural, organizational, technological, so all the different type of transformations that are required. But also how we need to articulate consistently with the different type of enablers and development challenges that are not only about emissions. So clearly, this event will try to this is not working again. Oh no, wait. Yeah, it works. So this event will start with the two framing presentations from Frank, Executive Director of CIRED and Professor at CIRED, and Ana Perez Catala, Senior Policy Research Fellow from IDDRI. I will actually invite Frank to just directly go on stage and start with the first presentation, and then we will move towards, in the second half of the event, towards these panel discussions.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the kind introduction. As co-host of this event, I'd like first of all to thank you all for being here, especially in. Thank you. This way. I'll use this one. Thank you. Oops. C'est bon? Sorry. Yeah, that's working now. So as co-host of this event, I would like to thank you all for being here, despite the impressive competition that we have from all the other stands. What I would like to give you here in a couple of minutes is to introduce you to how the IPCC looked at development pathways, because for the first time, in fact, at least to my knowledge, the IPCC was tasked to look not only at mitigation pathways, but also at development pathways and at the relationships between the two. The rationale for doing that is pretty obvious. It is that emissions and ability to mitigate are strongly shaped or structured by your development patterns. For instance, if you, depending on the type of sectors your economy is specialized into, whether it's an export-led economy or more turned towards internal consumption, that will have clear implications for your emission patterns and the patterns from your industry and services. Similarly, the choices you can make about spatial distribution within a country, balance between cities and countryside, how in the rural areas you organize themselves, that also has important implications for emissions from transport and housing, etc. But what really matters here is that current development pathways, and this is a statement from actually the summary for policymakers from the Working Group 3 report, well, they often constitute an obstacle to accelerating mitigation. And here I will just take one example, which is about housing and housing trends around the Paris metropolitan area. As in many cities, we see that increasing house prices and increasing rents have made it much more difficult for low and middle income households to live in inner city neighborhoods, and in fact is pushing them outside. The second graph on the left-hand side shows you that there's the red line, which is the price of the housing prices, which you can see has exploded, whereas even the price of fuel has stayed relatively flat or increased, but only slightly in real terms, meaning that the forces that push households outwards of cities are much stronger than the forces that may push them inside. And that obviously can be an obstacle to mitigation, or make it more difficult to do mitigation. And the last little photo is a picture of a yellow vests movement, which has obviously it's a complex movement, but which was sparked, as you may know, by an increase in the price of fuel linked with an increase in the carbon tax. So precisely for that reason. Yeah, that will be. Yeah, I feel liberated. Thank you very much. Oops, I have to go back. Oops, shoot. Up. Yeah. Sorry for this. Just trying to master. So now, if we see development pathways can be, or development patterns can be obstacle, the question becomes: can we change development pathways towards something that is more amenable to mitigation? This is not easy, because development pathways evolve as, and I'm quoting here IPCC definition, the result of countless decisions being made and taken at all levels of societal structure. Yet, shifts in development pathways sometimes occur in a way that is unintended, but sometimes occur voluntarily, and that those shifts are those that are of interest to us. And in particular, those shifts that move a society closer towards sustainability. I'll come back to this. I'll come back to this later. And if you indeed shift development pathways towards sustainability, that can help facilitate mitigation and accelerated mitigation. Getting back to my housing example, If you are able to implement policies that make housing more affordable in inner cities, for instance, you have, well, housing policies directly, fiscal policies, zoning policies, well, it might depend on your, obviously, of your context. At least you make it easier for households to relocate closer to their jobs. This has two effects for emissions. One directly is that it limits your emissions from transport if people are closer. But the second thing is that also it makes public transportation more cost effective, and softer transport modes also feasible, like walking or driving. So it not only reduces emissions, but maybe more importantly, it makes it easier to mitigate, to reduce your emissions down the road. And that's a very important point. And one can imagine that with climate, if you have these housing policies in place, then the same level of carbon tax or whatever climate policy instrument you have could generate much more emission reduction. And the graph here is taken from a paper published in 2013 at CIRED, actually. On the bottom of that cube, you have cut in housing prices on the left-hand side and level of carbon tax on the right-hand side. And what it shows is, for each combination, a modeling exercise has tried to see by how much energy consumption from transport could decrease. So the darker here, the better in terms of reduction. And as you can see, there's some sort of a trade-off between the level of a carbon tax and the cut in housing prices. The more you're able to facilitate housing in inner cities, the lower the carbon tax you need to get to the same result. And that opens up, therefore, avenues for mitigation. Another element that is important is that shifting development pathways can also help broaden the policy debate a bit away from a climate-centric perspective. We tend to, well, as you know, societies have many development priorities, not just climate mitigation. And a lot of the literature that we analyze in the IPCC notably looks at how mitigation policies impact on those other goals. But if you frame things around shifting development pathways, you put more emphasis on the other development goals first, say housing, having a decent and affordable house close to your job. That might be an objective, quite independently from climate. And then you move to climate change. That is, I think, an important complement to discuss, especially with people who do not rank climate mitigation as high in their agenda. Let me quickly finish with two things. Complementing mitigation policies with shifting development pathways also carries challenges, because obviously you're broadening the scope of what you're talking about, more stakeholders, much broader conversations, but also possibly more opportunities for compromises. So there's a trade-off here. One point that I will pick here is that shifting development pathways often takes time. So again, come back to my housing example. We know that housing policies, they will not deliver new houses and very rapidly, or it will take time, and that's an issue, including for measurement. So to make the link now with the more operational elements, and especially with the GST, which is a way to report and assess our mitigation commitments. If you broaden the scope, if you try to include in not only sort of traditional climate policy instruments, but policies that help shift development pathways. So if you say they are part of a mix, then you have an accounting and a reporting issue, and which I hope will be addressed later on. How do you account for policies that are way beyond climate policies, housing policies? How do you take them into account? And two, if those policies do not yield emission reductions immediately, but just make it easier to reduce emissions down the road, how do you take them into, do you take their results into account? Isn't there a risk that because they do not reduce emissions immediately, you just discard them because they do not yield results, quote unquote? With this, I've already spoken for too long. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. So thanks, Frank, and thanks everyone for being here. Let's see if I can. Exactly. So I will try to tie this together with the more, let's say, UNFCCC nerdy focus, which is the global stocktake, right? Like going directly into this process. So I realized I should have started by having a slide that explains what the global stocktake is, because we may have an audience that is more diverse than just like people only following the global stocktake like me. So I'm going to say a few words about this and then start the presentation. So the global stocktake is this ratchet up process, part of the Paris Agreement. It's a 2-year process, started last COP, will end next COP. And what it tries to do is look at how are we in terms of climate action, in terms of international cooperation. And that's very broad. It has many different settings, many different sessions, but it's an ongoing discussions with parties, but also with non-party stakeholders. It has 3 main parts. The first one, they are just gathering information. So for example, the IPCC reports that Frank was quoting, or any other science on our parties or their non-state actors, they are submitting their information, and that's being summarized. And then we get to the point of what we're doing here at COP. After these summaries, there is a part where there's a dialogue, and this is a technical dialogue that we had last week during this COP. And then finally, in the next COP, we'll get to a more political moment where we will try to elevate these results to a more like political stance, see what comes out of this, how do you actually bring a signal that then the countries can implement for enhancing their climate action or like promoting more international cooperation. So that's in general the global stocktake, very, very broadly, and I mean we can take more questions on this definitely. So what I'm trying to say with that is that what Frank was presenting, that type of analysis of, we can call it development pathways, things that the countries are doing themselves, like long-term strategies or their own NDCs, can really help understand what is needed in the country. So if a country does their own development pathway, they will see what are really the transformations that are lacking in their country. So in a country, it could be a coal transformation. In another country, it could be really a transport problem or things like this. When you have done this like very deep analysis, you not only see the transformation, but you also see what would really make it happen. So you see the barriers that impede it, you see what would enable it, which is a very IPCC language. And that type of information, we believe it's very relevant for an international conversation such as the one that we are having in the global stocktake. Because if you have this very grounded in the country's analysis of what's really missing, you can then bring it here to a conversation and understand, okay, how can we collaborate? What is missing? There are problems that can be solved at the national level, but there are many others that cannot, and that's one of the perspectives that we think this can bring. So that is a bit what I was trying to describe. This is kind of a framework that we presented in our recent paper, which is more or less what I was describing. So you have first an identification of the needed national transformations at the national level, and you see what are the national, what are the barriers and that are impeding these transformations. And then you bring this to the international scale, and that's what we're seeing here. If you are discussing these more like national barriers or things that would enable the transformation, it's kind of an exchange of best practices. We are seeing this a lot on the global stocktake. A country explains, well, in my country, I've done this and that, for example, on housing policies or on transport policies, and that may give ideas to others or may enact a collaboration. It could even be like international collaboration on this. What we are really focusing on the paper that I'm talking about, it's also talking about these international enablers. Some are related to finance or sharing technologies, capacity building, many things like this, that really only by sharing best practices you cannot do. You need to like set up a cooperation mechanism or something that really brings international cooperation. So that's why we are saying this brings actually ambition, Because when you have understood the problem and you found a way to collaborate together, then that will definitely help you with your next round of NDCs or to increase ambition. So I wanted to put an example from the IPCC, but also from the paper that we wrote, just to put a bit of like ideas of what we're talking about, because sometimes the vocabulary is a bit abstract. So for example, when we say system transformations, one could be phasing out fossil fuel electricity generation. So how do you accelerate renewables? But then if we try to bring, like, get to the more nuanced part of what are the enablers at the international level that would make this happen, we wrote several, but for example, increasing or limiting, the cost of capital to access the renewables, for example. That is a very big problem for developing countries. Or facilitating the access to renewable energy investments for those countries, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, these are some examples. There's so many enablers for each of the transformations that would make it happen and that are needed. And we think a discussion of that level of what would really help us at a country level to unlock this transformation is really, really interesting. So then last but not least, we were thinking a bit what recommendations can we give to the Global Stocktake so they follow a bit more this approach, right? So they go deep into the transformations and what would make them happen. So we're saying, first of all, we need to look at the information and add the conversations from this lens. Let's discuss the transformations. Let's look at their enablers, both in the phase where it's more the information collection, but also in the phase where they have the technical dialogues. Then right now, the stocktake is divided in a way that really follows the specific classic divide between mitigation, adaptation, and means of implementation. But if you link them better together, you can see how they are interlinked, which this is starting to happen already. But really, like, a lot of the enablers that would make the transitions happen are in the means of implementation, right? So that's very necessary to make that connection. And then signaling, like, more in the part of the outcome, right? So if we have identified these transformations and we see where international cooperation is needed, we can call that the final result of the Global Stocktake next year in COP28 has some opportunities identified, has something that can be taken up. It doesn't have to be only within the UNFCCC. It could be beyond, but that really says, well, now we have identified this as a problem or something that we can cooperate on, and then let's create a mechanism or something to address it. And that could be, for us, a very interesting outcome of the Global Stocktake, signaling how you go to address the specific transitions. So with that, I would love to hear the opinion of the panel, so I would let them continue the session.
Thank you, Anna, and yeah, please, Anna and Frank, you can go back. So thank you for these two presentations. I think that was on, as you have seen on, oh, I don't know where's the. Yeah, sorry for that. Great. So thank you for these two framing. Thank you for the two framing presentation that we have seen just now. I think the idea is now to try to facilitate and discuss. I mean, two main questions around these two presentations with our four panelists that I would be glad to invite to join and come on stage. So in the order, please, Virginia, thank you for joining us today. Virginia is working, at the Argentinian Business Council for Sustainable Development, and also worked with Frank in the latest IPCC report. Lucas Hemwille, that is Senior Policy Researchers at the Wuppertal Institute, thank you. Usama Shaban, that is here still discussing with colleagues, I see, from the Foreign Affairs Ministry in France, and Philippe Cherabier, that is representing the Ministry of Ecological Transition of France. thank you all of you to be on stage today. And actually, after this two framing presentation, one really on the GST process and what we have seen on how to enable the conversation and reach the objective of the GST, and the other one on the development pathways, I have a first, I want to ask you a first point, is discussing about national processes. I mean, I'm thinking first about the development pathways and the question that has been raised by Frank about the different form of policies, the different form of transformations that needs to be implemented, and that goes very often beyond just climate strategies, properly said, or climate policies. How do you feel that these lessons are taken into account in the different national processes where maybe you have some experience or you have seen, you have seen from your own country perspective, where because you are coming from different parts of the world. So I would be glad to listen to you on this first point and see how you feel the policymakers are taking that into account currently in national processes. Who wants to?
Hello? Sorry. Okay, that was to wake you up. So thank you very much for the invitation and for letting me start with this intervention. I'm from Argentina, so I would say I could share my experience from Latin American countries mostly. And in that regard, in Latin America we have a very diverse picture in terms of how governments are integrating systemic changes in their NDCs and in their long-term strategies. So many of our countries in the region are still considering long-term strategies and NDCs as just a climate policy instrument. So we are not seeing any systemic changes or transformative changes in those instruments. But in the last 2-3 years, I would say more than half of our countries in the region have implemented institutional frameworks and even legal frameworks to move from these just policy or climate-driven policies to more national development plans instruments. So considering LTS and NDCs actually as development plans for our countries. And this comes hand in hand. There are, of course, very good examples that maybe stand out in the region as Costa Rica or Chile. And I want to share with you quickly the case of Costa Rica because it helps us to identify what are the elements that makes this progression from just a climate instrument to a national development plan instrument. And they have put up this decarbonization plan first that then turn into the national development plan for the next 15 years and the national investment plan for the next 15 years. And this decarbonization plan not only has, of course, mitigation and adaptation measures as always, but they have the enabling conditions that had to be in place first for this mitigation and adaptation to be realized. It was built from a participatory process where all the stakeholders of the country get to be part from the private sector, academic sector, all different governmental levels were part of this decarbonization plan. And also they have put in place just transition measures for those key sectors that has to be really transformed. And so to bear in mind, of course, not to leave anyone behind and to assure that everybody is going to have a way of living in Costa Rica after this decarbonization pathway. So I think these elements of enabling conditions, also policy, the last one is the policy packages. They don't just set a list of traditionally climate policies, but these are integrated policy packages that entails finance, market mechanisms, innovation policies, investment in behavioral change. And so it's a whole really integrated package that will deliver this decarbonization by 2050 in Costa Rica.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah, I was just thinking that the European Union also, in a sense, already has adopted this with the European Green Deal, because this is really a holistic policy that is going far beyond emissions, right? In the end, obviously, emissions from a climate point of view is the bottom line. So we need to keep track of it and we need to keep it inside. But yeah, to unlock a lot of mitigation options, there are intermediate steps that will not yield massive emission reductions, and that cannot be facilitated by carbon pricing alone, just to give one example. So I think going to the Global Stocktake already, I think the purpose of the Global Stocktake is to inform the next round of NDCs. That's countries and improved international cooperation, as you said. And when in our work, we've tried to ask, how can that be achieved? And probably you know this prototypical policy cycle that you learn as a political science researcher, where you have the agenda setting and then policy formulation, policy adoption, implementation, evaluation, and start all over again. And the NDC process is a little bit like that. It's different in all countries. Like the EU, they have their own packages that will then be put into the envelope of the NDC, but it's a policy process, and we've thought about how can we address, or how can the GST influence the different stages. And it can obviously be an agenda setter. For that we need a very loud political voice next year to conclude, and some headline figures and emissions are probably good to ring the bell and set the agenda. But when it comes to policy formulation, I mean, just emission numbers, figures don't really tell where and how to improve your policies, the underlying policies for the NDCs. So I think when you think about the policy formulation phase, what would help is to go into, we would call it sectoral systems, key systems that provide transport, living space, buildings, industrial systems. They all have their own internal logics, they have their own lock-ins, and to really understand what still hampers the transformation, what kind of I mean, we usually know about the economic barriers that are still the technological barriers. They are well known, but we hardly talk about political and institutional barriers and capacity and awareness barriers, and we certainly don't do it in a systematic way in this realm. And I don't know the place where this is happening. So I think that would be really helpful to do this more in the context of the Global Stocktake, to systematically analyze the barriers that still hamper transformations. And then in the policy adoption phase, what the Global Stocktake needs to do, and where also models can come in, and the work of the IPCC is really important, is to provide benchmarks of where we need to be. Because then in the policy adoption phase, stakeholders and civil society can go look at the first draft of the new NDC and say it's not important, it's not enough. So this is, I think, a second way to do it. And again, as much granularity, sectoral granularity, systematic granularity as possible would enable actors to make that connection, to raise ambition.
Thanks, Lucas. And I think that's interesting, because you moved already to the question of the GST process, but which is, well, I wanted to ask if one of you would like also maybe to react also on the experience in France and the national processes. If you would like, Philippe, I see your head is shaking, so maybe you can. So the first question that I had in mind, indeed, around in your national processes, how you see it, and I think we are moving then slowly to this question of also at the international level, how this connects properly. And I think that this is a wonderful introduction that you did already, Lucas. So we will jump then in that concretely. But please, Philippe, give us a word about France and what's going on there.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the segue. I'll come back a little bit to the national level, as you said. First of all, I think it's important to state that everyone, which is the stakeholders, the civil society and the governments, have taken into account the fact that it's important to have systemic change. For instance, in France, to come back here, the burden of driving this change is not only to the Ministry of Ecology, as one might think. because since this year we have the task of planifying the ecological transition goes to the Prime Minister in general. So that allows us to see that the change needs to be trans-sectoral, needs to happen everywhere. I would also like to come back a little bit structurally, how can we enable this important systemic change? First of all, as you said, there is a framework. We need to set something first with our national determined contributions, with our long-term strategies. Then we put them in place in a legal framework for like the Fit for 55 package, which is the European legislative package that will help us arrive to 55% less greenhouse gas emission in 2030. But then, now that we have a framework in which we can work, there are some conditions that need to be met for systemic change to happen. And of course, the most important, in my view, is broad stakeholder participation. The change needs to be accepted and driven by all parts of society, the government level, the city level, industries, civil society, etc., etc. And I think we have some reasons to be hopeful, at least in my view. I try to be optimistic, because we can see that at government level, when we have stakeholder participation, when we have people wanting to have these changes, we can give incentives and support those incentives. With, for instance, in France, we are putting out a plan, a sobriety plan, that aims at reducing our energy consumption from 10% in 2 years, with simple measures that anyone can make at home. This is the incentive we put out as a government to the people, which can then be supported by broader measures, such as having building isolation, for instance, which we also drive at the international level. And excuse me, I'll see my note a little bit. And we have also, the systemic change integrated in our line of thinking. For instance, we talked a little bit about electric cars, about transport. In France, there is not only the drive for changing our fleet, having electric cars instead of thermal cars. And this is important, of course, but it's not the only change we need to make if we want to arrive at carbon neutrality by 2050. We also have plans, something that we call in French the plan vélo, the bicycle plan, which drives, which incentivize people to use their bicycles more by constructing bicycle lanes, by having more, by incentivizing active mobility, for instance. And maybe I'll segue into the international level and give the mic to my colleague by saying, in the international level, these incentives can also be found here at the COP, for instance, with coalitions that are driven. For instance, I was talking about mobile activity. The Transport Decarbonation Alliance is putting out a call for active mobility that can be joined by member states, by NGOs, by municipalities, but also through bilateral partnerships. Sorry, with for instance the Just Energy Transition Partnerships, which is an initiative by the G7 that aims at driving energy transition in developing countries. And maybe I'll give it over to you, Usama.
If you directly on the GST, please go ahead. But I think now we are moving indeed, I think interestingly on and I just interrupt briefly on maybe coming to the point on, you talk a lot about the sectoral systemic changes. So how concretely in the current GST process, I'm sure that, I mean, I've participated last week, but I'm sure that many people are also curious to see concretely how this could happen, such conversation, and how we can really enable to have during the technical dialogue, you know, that are different moments of discussions through the GST process, how we can really have this conversation about the systemic changes with parties, with non-party stakeholders that are able to bring some interesting insights into the discussion, talking about the enablers of it, national and international. So how did you feel maybe from last week, this coming on, and yeah, please let me know your view on this.
Yeah, first I'd like to react to the report written by Anna and about the 3 key recommendations of the report. I think it's very important. I agree that with the 3 recommendations, and I agree especially on the fact that the GST should definitely unfold the discussions around systemic transformations and the international enablers. I think the best outcome that we can expect from the political phase next year at COP28 from the GST is specifically mentioning the systemic transformations that we need and establish this follow-up mechanism on international cooperation mechanisms that will be put in place. I think it's very important to stress that point, because during the first technical dialogue, we had a big divergence on how to interpret the exercise of the GST. Is it just evaluating the progress that has been made or the non-progress that has been made, or do we go forward on how to foster international cooperation around concrete steps? And talking about concrete steps, you mentioned in the report regarding key mitigation, adaptation, transformations that are needed and their international enablers. You mentioned limiting access to and increasing the cost of international capital that is flowing to fossil fuel energy investments. For that, I think some progress has been made. It is slow, but it is an encouraging progress. And we can mention maybe, well, I'm speaking on behalf of France, so I will mention what France has done in this context. For example, in G7, in June, last June, France pushed for the language of the Glasgow Pact that is mentioning specifically phasing down inefficient fossil fuels. We can also mention the coalitions that Philip spoke about, such as Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance, BOGA, that has been launched at COP26, which pledges for the end of production of fossil fuel. We can also mention the Clean Energy Transition Partnership launched by the UK at COP26, which pledges for the end of public support, financial public support for fossil fuel projects. That are concrete steps that we can illustrate and we can push forward into the GST process that we can specifically mention. I will also mention, of course, what France has done at the European level during the French presidency, when France pushed for the adoption of the conclusions of the European Union last March on export credits, giving a clear definition of all activities in the fossil fuel sector that should no longer be supported. And we can also mention that, last but not least, an initiative launched by France, again, a concrete initiative, Export Finance for Future, that has been launched in 2021 by France and 6 European partners to make public export financing a key lever in the fight against climate change. This is my first point on this issue that you mentioned in the report on limiting access to and increasing the costs of international capital. The second point is about just energy transition partnerships, and I will insist on that because lots of discussions during the Global Stocktake roundtables, especially during the first during the first technical dialogue, there were lots of discussions about equity. And I think the best answer, the best concrete answer that we can give on this equity issue is the just energy transition partnerships for 2 main reasons. The first reason is at the human level. These just energy transition partnerships are about fundamentally, basically supporting the just transition for the millions of people who heavily depend on fossil fuel income for their livelihoods. So it's about retraining them, reskilling them, while also increasing energy access. And of course, there is the South African case, what we have done with South Africa last year and what is still being done. But there is also other partnerships that we are trying to establish with other countries well, it's not definite, so I cannot mention the countries. The second main reason why equity is at the heart of these just energy transition partnerships is about the approach. It's a real partnership approach. It's a country-led approach. We don't come to countries and tell them, well, you are going to do like this and like that because we don't like coal, so you are going to phase out coal and do what we want. No, the countries, they establish their own national plans, they establish their own, they have their own economic vision, their own energy systems, and it's a real country-led approach. And then we, of course, analyze these national plans, and then we discuss on an equal basis. So that's why I stress that point that the JETPs are fundamentally the best illustration that we can give on this equity issue.
Thanks, thanks Oussama for this really, I think, very broad and explanation also of what could be done. I wanted to react on this initiative type of. I mean, I was also at this last week the technical dialogue discussions. It was sometimes organized, some of them around specific transformation. We tried indeed to have some bottom-up exchange and people that are bringing their perspective on how they see the challenges or how they see these potential enablers or the potential topic where we can build indeed an agreement or an initiative. So maybe the question I have around this is like, we know there are a lot of initiatives already that have been built. The JPs are a new type of that include also this equity dimension. How do we ensure that indeed during also this conversation that we have through the technical dialogue, these different, I mean, it is framed by the systemic transformation so that we ensure that these, let's say, different initiatives are really fulfilling a certain number of structural changes and are not maybe sometimes only, you know, scratching the surface of some specific topics that maybe also some actors are interested in, but that we miss maybe some big pictures or some big topics that could be indeed not put on the table, and that the inputs that Virginia or Frank gave us also by providing indeed these scientific views on all the different challenges. So how do we ensure that in the end, these different initiatives that exist, that you identified, as you were telling, like maybe looking at it, that indeed it covers also some changes that are organizational, structural, and that maybe it is not too much focused on only a certain number of aspects. So how do we take care of that and ensure, and I know it's, I mean, sorry, it's like the big, how do we solve all this problem? So sorry for the question, but I mean, how do you see this problematic maybe from your perspective, and I don't know if the others also are interested to share a word on that. Maybe someone else to start. I don't know, Lucas, I see you reacting. If you want to share a few words on
maybe in addition, I've heard people say that tomorrow there will be a Bali Compact launched, and it sounded very familiar. It was people from the Indonesian delegation, so I think it's not necessarily a secret anymore at this point. No, but I think, yeah, it's always extremely difficult to break the mold and leave this negotiation mode, especially if it's the same people that have negotiated for I don't know how many decades in some cases, and now they have a different task ahead, and negotiators discussing detailed transformation challenges is not easy, and I think it was encouraging to see at the COP at the SBs in Bonn the World Cafe type of activities where this was achieved. I wasn't here last week, I couldn't see how it went, but I hope it took over some of that spirit. What I think is missing, and it's a key problem, is that in the current reporting of the UNFCCC, we don't discuss those technical or systematic challenges. More even, in the categories, the statistical categories of the inventories don't reflect the systems that need transformation. So, like in industry, process emissions are are separately reported separately from the energy-related emissions, which does not make sense in the steel industry, for example. So I think there is a mismatch, and it's really the only way that countries are asked to talk about barriers to transformation is for developing countries to basically state their needs for technical or financial support. But actually all the countries have or could systematically review their transformation challenges and barriers. And yeah, it's not foreseen in the transparency reporting. The review is up in 2028 of that. So my recommendation for the Global Stocktake would be to include some of that there and ask to revise the enhanced transparency framework to include or to ask countries to systematically report or reflect on their transformation challenges. I don't know how to really achieve that. It's gonna be tricky, especially since it's so categorically different from the technical reporting that's being done so far. But I think that's a blind spot of this process. And if we had this information, we could also use it for an informed discussion on these barriers. But it's not there. So.
Just I'll start answering and then maybe I'll give the mic to other colleagues. I think a part of the answer is given by Anna again in her report. I think it's important that these international enablers and the specific means should fall into the means of implementation roundtable. It's very important because right now we have silos, and with these silos you don't really connect the different issues together, and the means of implementation roundtable should be the best place to discuss all these concrete at the national level plans for systemic transformation. I think I'm very well. Last week transformed me a bit because at Bonn I was very pessimistic. Right now I'm more optimistic because some parties which were blocking at Bonn discussions on the very vocation, on the very meaning of the Global Stocktake, right now they changed their approach. And for those of you who attended the closing plenary of the GST last week, maybe you noticed that some parties spoke about a Sharm el-Sheikh just an equitable transition partnership. It's very interesting because these parties, without mentioning them explicitly, they completely changed their approach. Now they are like in a constructive approach, and they want to we don't have the details yet, but they want to go forward with this idea that we need a systemic transformation indeed. Well, again, I repeat, disclaimer, we don't have the details, but I think it's an interesting move. I think it's we are going in the right way in the discussion on the Global Stocktake, and maybe in the future, maybe in the third technical dialogue, which will identify the best way to push the means to close the gaps. Maybe we will have this kind of discussions in the means of implementation roundtable.
Thank you. So very short, what we had learned in the last IPCC report is that countries can learn from what had worked in other countries in terms of transformational systems or transforming the whole systems in some cases. But we also learned that it's context dependent, and because these enabling conditions, these enablers for system transformation are context dependent, and so we cannot just export or import them from other good cases, other good examples from some country. So having said that, it's not that it's not possible to share in this Global Stocktake. It's possible to share these experiences and learn from each other country's experiences, but we have to bear in mind that it may not be just copy and paste. It has to be anyway adapted to every culture and every socio-economic context.
And I like that you come back to this, because I think two of the
both challenge that the Global Stocktake is for is also to help national ambition, so at the national level, and how each country can indeed adapt some or understand, build capacity, share knowledge, and can indeed develop their own context-specific policy that is meaningful for them, and at the same time is identifying this international cooperation type of activity that could help both or third, or I mean, the different group and the let's say the global climate ambition to reach its goal. So I'm really happy that you come back to that dimension, because actually my last question I would have to because we are almost in the end, is that the difficulty, and I think during the discussion we have seen, first was that, I mean, the positive point I've seen last week, like the scientists were really present. I think it's something to recognize and acknowledge that in many of the breakout rooms, and we continue, I mean, just Lucas indeed, advancing on that direction, was really helpful, trying to bring scientific knowledge and trying to indeed help also, bring all of the knowledge of the IPCC report that could help parties to think at this. So it was really present, but the difficulty that we have all seen was to pick topic in a way. Where do we stop? What do we discuss? And how far do we go? And I would like to ask you, because it's one, I think, of the challenge that has been raised at the end of last week, is the mandates, in a way, the political question that is behind and in the hand of parties in these UNFCCC processes. So clearly, I've seen it in the discussion that, like, at some point, it was difficult to go too far, because why do we select this question rather than another one? Who is deciding for that? So I would like to ask you also how you see this difficulty. I know, if I'm right, and maybe I'm looking at my colleague Anna that followed the plenary better than me at the end of last week, but Usama was also there. I mean, how the process or the last information note in the end, if I'm right, or the last information that we have in the end, is asking also at the beginning of next year, if I'm right, to kickstart already this political process, to try indeed to make the last technical dialogue in a way more effective. Or that's my understanding, but I would be glad to maybe ask you your vision of this, this concrete last outcome of the discussion last week, and how you see it also positively or not. I mean, what could be the advantage, but also disadvantage of that. And that would be I think my last question. So I don't know who wants to start.
Well, thank you very much for the question. I think it's a difficult question to answer, but in the technical dialogue phase, what was interesting, how do we choose the questions which we will answer, and how much of different round tables, different World Cafe tables are chosen, was very much thought of. It was crystal clear from the beginning that the questions were only prompts. They tried to put as many barriers to, as many, how do you say? They tried to be precise that the questions were only prompts, and that parties and non-parties could discuss anything they found useful, they found relevant to the discussion. Another way they tried to facilitate the discussion as neutrally as possible was to offer as many places for discussion as possible. For instance, when in Bonn, the World Cafe tables were only centered around the 3 pillars of the Paris Agreement: mitigation, adaptation, and means of implementation. Now they try to open up the scope of discussion by having 8 more tables, so much more, since there were 12 at the beginning, 8 more tables specifically focusing on the systemic changes. So that's another way they try to do it. But of course, these ways also have their difficulties within them. Many parties have stated in the closing plenary that having that many World Cafe tables, that many breakout groups within the round tables, was beginning to add complexity to the process, which penalized the little delegations that could not send a person, an expert in each table. So it's a very difficult question that the co-facilitators are actively trying to answer. Concerning the next steps, as you were saying, so yes, if I'm not mistaken, there won't be an information note at the beginning of the year. I think that the idea was scrapped, but they are calling for submissions by February by parties and non-parties. That still needs to be defined. On the how everyone sees the last phase of the global stocktake, the political phase. And I think that's very interesting because everyone agreed, and that's something I found very constructive, everyone agreed that 2023 needed to have political momentum for the global stocktake, and not only having a very restrained time at the COP28. So we will have a hybrid consultation in April, maybe something in the World Leaders Summit in September, another consultation in October, and then COP28. So we have many areas for us of discussion within the years to ensure having the most ambitious outcome possible. And maybe someone wants to add something to this discussion.
Thank you, Philippe. I don't know if someone else wants to add a last word or last reaction on this. Lucas, do you want?
I mean, Anna and Jan, we are in a project together, and these questions are painful for us also. We're trying to have conversations and trying to select transformations for us or challenges, specific challenges to be discussed meaningfully. Because if you're trying to be complete, you're discussing nothing. So you have to choose. How do you choose? And for this process that is supposed to be holistic and covering everything, making those decisions is even harder. I don't know. I think maybe one way out, also with respect to improving international cooperation, would be to at least identify a few highly relevant questions, not to disregard any others, and then identify relevant international organizations and IGOs that deal with aspects of that, and then request them to do more or to cooperate, or I don't know the exact naming, but I mean the UNFCCC has done that before. It has asked the IMO and ICAO to address climate change within their realms. Probably not as legally binding as we would have hoped, and less progress than we would have hoped, but I think trying to make those connections explicit and see this is a specific issue that can be addressed in cooperation or in collaboration with, I don't know, the IEA or different other international OECD, different other UNIDO, whatever, but make this as explicit and call for cooperation. The UNFCCC has called the IPCC to do a special report. It has the power to do this. And that way you can at least facilitate specific discussions, and then maybe you have more resources left to focus on themes that have had less attention. I don't know.
Well, thank you, Lucas. I don't know if Oussama or Virginia, you want to make a last word. If not, you tell me.
Yes, of course. No, I just wanted to highlight with my other hat from the Business Council for Sustainable Development, that and in this global stocktake it would be nice to see that non-state actors are very much engaged, and I think that next year they will also be very much engaged. Just to highlight a good practice that maybe could be used also in the next dialogues, technical dialogues, is that in many countries the articulation between the public and private sector on the specific sectoral or based on a specific sectoral roadmaps to decarbonization has been a really first step forward towards these more transformative development pathways at a country level. So maybe we've been in the region, we've been looking very good examples and cases of starting from, I don't know, the cement industry roadmap, the steel industry roadmap, the energy roadmap for one country, and those roadmaps are built together in articulation between public and private sector, and that has really given a lot of good results then we're upscaling to other sectors or to a whole, to the whole country, actually to the whole development plan in the country, because the sectoral, the roadmaps from the private sector by themselves come with all these conditions that have to be completed to have in hand a really good roadmap that are the enablers, the labors, the institutional framework that you need. The implementation means that you need to transform that sector, whether it's law or it's incentives, if it's a market incentive, if it's market rates, or if it's a carbon price, if it's a tax. So you are obliged as a government to follow that work of methodology of the private sector, and that has delivered good results in our region at least, and then it's been scaled to more broad development programs. So could be also a good case to, or just examples to showcase in this Global Stocktake.
Thank you, Virginia. last word, please, Lucas. Yeah, very last word.
I just wanted to reinforce that and refer to the global climate action pathways that have been developed under the auspices of the high-level champions. I think this could be a really valuable starting point for continuing these discussions, even beyond the Global Stocktake.
Thank you, Lucas. Osama, you don't want to add a last word, or
just one last word to answer your question. I think the more political discussions we will have next year on the Global Stocktake, the best outcome we can expect from this exercise. So I repeat, I'm very optimistic.
Thank you, Sam. I think it's a good last word for the panel. So then I will just ask the two presenters to come back on stage with me. I mean, Frank and Anna, also to give just a last words, also to reflect or to react about the discussion they have seen. So please, Frank.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you to all the panelists for a very interesting and illuminating discussion. The point that I would like to make, I think, is that there's some misunderstanding or some confusion around the expression systematic change and systemic change. Basically, how systemic is systemic is a question. If I take the transport example, I mean, going from just looking at electric cars to something beyond and adding infrastructure, etc., is obviously progress, and that's progress towards something that is more systematic than before. So that's no question. However, if one does not solve, well, if rent prices continue to skyrocket, you may not be able, it might still be difficult at the end of it to really reduce transport emissions down to zero, and this is what we want to achieve at the end of the day. We are aiming at net zero. And I think what the IPCC the IPCC report, and in particular chapter 4 that Virginia and I worked on, to try to point forward, is that there are many instances in which there are really hard limits somewhere that come from drivers like this rents, like the driver, that we will hit at some point, and that we will need to overcome if we want to get to net zero. And so that's what we called, or try to term, shifting or changes in development pathways. Really, that's maybe beyond systemic change. And I really want to make that point. I think it's really important because those things take time, obviously. And so if you don't start now, you won't have the conditions ready in, say, 2030, 2040, when say, oops, I still need to go down to zero, yet, but my conditions won't be over, and you would have exhausted all the other options. So a bit of a warning here, which I think coming from the science.
Well, thanks, Frank. That's great, and it's true that we always come back to this definition of systems and how they help us see the interconnection. So that's great that you pointed out. And I just wanted to thank the panel, thank our also moderator Jan and everyone else for being here. I think I will just try to wrap with a bit what we have discussed. I think we've seen the benefits of unpacking the transition through looking deeply in these development pathways and what they show, what the enablers and the barriers are. And we are taking steps to include this more systemic approach to the Global Stocktake, we are positive, so that's very good. And we have even started to say some recommendations, some on transparency or including other international governmental organizations, or to restructure the sessions or how the discussions are organized. So I think that's very good. We will keep thinking and working on this until the end of times, I guess. A lot of the thinking that Lucas and I were mentioning comes from a project. It's called NDC Aspects. Sorry, I haven't mentioned before. So if you want to see our thinking going further, that's also going to be there. But I'm sure all the other colleagues will also keep thinking about these issues, and we will love to see you there again. So Jan, do you want to say a final closing thing?
Thank you. Thank you, and have a good day. Thank you too.
C'est ok, hein? C'est déjà bon. Oui, est-ce qu'on m'entend? On m'entend. C'est bon. No, it's okay, it's okay. Tout va bien. C'est bon, c'est bon, c'est bon, c'est bon. Bonjour à tous. Bonjour à tous. Merci, merci de votre...
Hello everyone, and thank you for being here with us at the French Pavilion. We're about to start our event about the action around scarce water resources for adaptation to climate change. Basins of rivers, lakes and aquifers, the right scale for adaptation to climate change. Europe and Africa, we have two trans-border basins. I think with no further ado, I'm going to give you the floor so that you can introduce this session. Eric Tardieu, Secretary General.
Bonsoir.
Thank you, Edward. Hello, everyone. Just a logistic element to start up with. All the presentations, I think, will be made in French. So if you want to hear English, you have headsets that you can take.
If you do not understand, please take a headset just on the table on the side of this room so that you can follow the session in good conditions. Thanks. Bien, je vous...
Okay, I would propose to start this session dedicated to the challenges of the adaptation at the basin scale. And for this, we had to diversify our geography. The notion of basin and basin organizations have been for the first time very seen, I'd say, at the World Forum for Water that took place in Dakar last year, with a whole day dedicated to basin organization and basin cooperation that led to a plan for Dakar and for waters and for aquifers. So I will give the floor for those who hosted the last event. So I will give the voice to Mr. Sergei Bayan, who's going to introduce this session. Monsieur le Ministre, as you say in French, the floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, it's with great interest and joy and pleasure that I participate in this session. I would like to thank the RIOP, the water agencies, and the French Partnership for Water for all the dispositions that have been taken for the organization of this session, which will concern the subject about basins of rivers, lakes and aquifers, the right scale for adaptation to climate change. Allow me first to emphasize the fact that the Senegal, as you know, is one of the African countries, the best structure when it comes to exchange of integrated resources in water at the scale of the basins. At the transborder levels, I will not elaborate on this, as the organization for the Senegal River is represented here, and the organization to valorize the River Gambia is here too. So we participate into two organisms, OVS and the Agrégé. So as we have this huge scale of the climatic risk crisis, that is a big risk for rivers and aquifers, the question, the issue of relevant actions is here present, vacuity, in order to limit the impact of droughts and to stop the climatic changes with a very bad impact on the development of communities. Facing the situation, it seems urgent to buy resilience mechanisms in terms of territory, based in putting in disposal the water and to protect the territories, but also to mitigate the hazards of all the zones, all types, and safeguard water, which means also safeguarding all its usages. In Senegal, over the NDC, in the matters of adaptations, that's all integrated with all the stakeholders. The government has made the engagement to promote in a sustainable way the management of integrated resources, resources in water, and to guarantee universal access to drinking water, but also to promote adequate sanitation systems. The implementation of the strategic vision relies on 4 sectoral objectives: to promote the good governance of the sector of drinking water and sanitization. Secondly, to ensure the integrated management of water resources, to satisfy all the needs connected to the usages. Thirdly, to promote universal access to water through the reinforcement of infrastructures and to promote used water and rainwater management. In parallel to that, we also have a process of law on the water. The Ministry of Water in Senegal has developed several tools, among them the action plan to an integrated system of management of water. It is articulated around 5 objectives from now to 2030 to reinforce the governance and instruments of management of resources, to preserve the integrity of waters and to improve the quality of water and services. Thirdly, to promote sustainable management of water in the context of climate change. Fourth, to promote the improvement of water. And fifth, to improve and to disseminate the knowledge about the water resources. The government, within this framework, has made a study on the water security safety from now to 2050. This which allowed to level of attention given to the safety of waters and availability of waters. Otherwise, the implementation of the action plan has divided the Senegal in 5 different water territories. We call them management unities of water resources. And there are 28, let's say, sub-territories which have been design as homogeneous territories that correspond to the big resources, geological and water, hydrological grounds of Senegal. All that in order to facilitate the participation of the collectivities, of the communities. In this framework, the Ministry of Water and the Sanitation and the agents of water Normandy declared the intention to cooperate to promote the management of waters, resources of water. This in the region close to Dakar, the agents of Normandy together, they started a support at the ministry in this framework. This approach of integrated management of water resources gives very important benefits in terms of adaptation. That we take into account all the needs of usages and all the resources. The organization of a network of monitoring of waters and climatological problems. To end up, it's important that the safety in water is very important for the safety, for the peace, and for the development, which was said in the declaration in Dakar during the 9th forum, and that launched actions to improve the adaptation at the scale of basins and aquifers. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. I think that you have some duties that will not allow you to stay with us.
Qui a permis, je crois, de poser.
Which allowed to give a general context about navigating between different territories, basins, national nations, and at the level of transborder organisms. That's the first subject that explains the composition of our panel, of our roundtable, and also, of course, the challenges of different water users in this territory to this new constraint, growing, I'd say, of the climate change. It's not the only one. We will mention others, the economic development, the demography, and so on. And it's with this idea that we've created an expert panel that is shown on the slide on the screen with the photo. And logically, we propose to start by a basin, national basin that will be presented by a double presentation. And we'll start by listening to Anne Pressureau. Anne, you are expert at the Mediterranean Basin Water Agency. When you take care of the quantitative management, adaptation management. Perfect. Thank you very much for your invitation. I will try to talk louder than the workshop close to us. Yes. I will present you the adaptation plans that are being implemented to adapt to climate change on the big French rivers, by illustrating with the basins that are the closest to me, because it's Mediterranean and Corsica that I deal with mostly. The water agencies and the offices for water are public structures that are used to maintain the water, the biodiversity, and the coastline. You have here a map that represents Europe. You have the identification of France with the 6 big basins, including Grand Mediterranean and the Corsica Basin, on which I will make you more illustrations. just so remember, the edges of water depend on the Ministry of Ecological Transition, and were created in 1964 by a water law, and also another law in 92 that promoted water as a national heritage, or heritage common, that doesn't belong to no one, therefore to everyone, which means to consult on the territories at all scales, on big French territories, to relying on the basin committees. The effects of the climate change today are well known and confirmed. A lot of scientific researchers agree with what the IPCC has formulated lately. Scientific research had been made on the basin of the Mediterranean Sea, which it confirmed that our climate will become hotter, and there will be more sweating and water and plant sweating. The soils will become drier. There will be an atrophy of rivers, less resources in the groundwaters and in the aquifers, and there will be also a loss of biodiversity. For your information, this year with the drought crisis, 38% of rivers were drying actually in our region, and there are also risks connected with this phenomena. For your information, in our basin of the Mediterranean Basin, and over the 60 last years, we had an increase of almost 6 degrees Celsius, and we have a hotspot in Spain, in France, when the temperature even today is 36 degrees. So we've observed also in this analysis that the flow of the Rhône River decreased, and it will increase by 20% more. With all the infrastructures that are around and the need, we are going to be in small trouble. But we have a strategy, and we have some dispositions to tackle these challenges, because we are able to manage these problems at the national level, but also at the regional level. I'm talking about planification tools that allow us to target the actions for a good state of waters and the aquatic environment, that engage the actors on the territory to respect the actions to balance the resources in terms of quantity and quality. We also have a system of a 6 years financial system on the base. It's like the water pays for water. So people pay for using waters, and we pay for waters. Water pays water. We've recently created adaptation basin plan and about the French rivers that targets the priority actions on these vulnerable territories. The measures, it's many of them. To adapt to climatic change, it means to make effort faster and stronger. How? We know where to act also, because we've determined the vulnerability of different territories to the climatic changes. How to decide on, we've done it on scientific basis. How do we do it? We've crossed two elements: an analysis of the exposition of the effects of climate changes on the territory through modeling on a scale of 30 years, about rains and the level of the groundwaters. What will it look like in the 30 years to come? Where are the critical points? We've also reflected with all the project makers to determine the sensibility of the territories where the climate changes take place. I mean, does the territory has the resources to to tackle the challenges. Can these territories resist to climatic changes? Do we really have situations today, especially in big cities, where the needs in terms of the water, primary needs as we call them, primary needs, will not be met anymore? The crossing of these two analyses allowed us to establish the vulnerability of the territories, which materialize in the of maps, as you can see, a map of biodiversity, and lower you have the case of Corsica on the rareness of water. The blue zones are the most exposed ones. We also have solutions to adapt. Solutions that exist already, because the adaptation is also to know how to choose, how to prioritize, and how to use the existing solutions. We've grouped them as the challenges. First one, to fight the spilling, the waste of water, to favorize the adaptation of aquatic environments, especially the functional ones. For example, I will just take the fight against the waste of water. Actions to share waters is to implement a management plan, management of the water resources, so we make a balance between of the state of the resources, water resources, and then the present needs. And then we establish what is the level of possibilities for the water resources. That allows us to identify on 40% of the Mediterranean grounds that had a deficit of waters. We established the quantity of water we have to save on these territories, and then to implement an action plan that is dedicated at the level of the basins.
Et vous voyez que
you can see now on this picture showing the various actions that all the users are concerned, whether it's households, farmers, industrial companies or local authorities. When it comes to the farmers, for instance, if you have there to avoid the droughts, we have an axis, a very important one for which we provide support. To facilitate the decision-making process, we need shared and fact-based solutions, which implies a politic will and a governance per basin, which is the case when it comes to the climate change adaptation plan, but also for all of the actions that are more local-based. We also need for those decisions to be collective, to be multi-use, since the important is, as we know, there will be tension when it comes to water because of its scarcity, so that to avoid conflict, the best choice is to share knowledge about the resources so that we know where the priority should be put, which is why we insist upon engineering, economic choices, but also savings, since some territories can come up with big structural works like the pouring basins to face water scarcity. We ask for an economic analysis concerning the sustainability, the financial sustainability of the works. Thanks to what? Thanks to which analysis we know who pays for what. We know whether or not what's at stake is collective. We also have the possibility to face sometimes poorly adapted choices when it comes to reacting to water scarcity. No regrets, because whatever the trajectory of the GHG would be, we know we'll get some results when it comes to saving water or pushing forward nature-based solutions. We also promote collective actions that gather various stakeholders in one region for them to think long-term, to think 30 years ahead. That would be about it, or nearly. I would add that we have the means to act, to work, a basin plan with 6 billion euros for 6 agencies per year. We are now evaluating the first basin plans that have been engaged, the first one in 2014. The last one is from Corsica, 2018. The main idea being to update our knowledge about climate change effects and to share as locally as it gets territory vulnerability analysis, while taking a back seat and some distance towards, I mean, not distance, but being critical about the way our work is connected with the work of our partners. It's about thinking, sharing knowledge in order to act stronger, quicker, and not only quicker, but now. Thank you, Anne. Many thanks for pushing this issue forwards and mentioning a couple of aspects. Governance. I would like to hail Barbara Pompili, former Minister of the Environment. She is now the chairman of the Initiative for Water Governance. It has been launched about 10 years ago. And this organization is now taking a closer look at all the topics we've mentioned. So governance, planning, and money, finance. So it has all been said. Perhaps could we stop the conversation now, but have no worries. We're going to keep on discussing because now a Zoom on Corsica awaits us. Antoine Orsini, you have several hats. You are a member of the Water Organization Board, but you're also a local policymaker. You coordinate public policies in your beautiful island in Corsica. I can't hear myself, but I guess you can hear. Everybody can hear me, apart from me. All right, so I'm shouting, almost shouting, but okay. So first things first, I would like to apologize for being late. I got lost in this maze, many streets at this COP27. Let me introduce myself. I suffer from schizophrenia. I am a scientist and a policymaker, which leads to schizophrenia. No way it wouldn't. When talking about climate change, I can talk as a scientist, but I've been asked to take the floor as a policymaker. But okay, I can use different scales in order to find the most appropriate when there are no good scales and bad scales. But what I look closer to is the issues linked with territories management, land planning. I'm more into regions, into Corsica, of course, since, as you said, there is a climate change water basin adaptation plan. As a man from Corsica, as a scientist and as a policymaker, I've taken part in it, but I think the regional scale is absolutely key, so that we show people, not only people who vote for me, but people in general, what we can do in order to, there are people who cry when thinking about white bears, but there are also people crying when they ask for water, for tap water. The fight against climate change is not a thing of 2050 or 2060. It's happening now. The Mediterranean Sea, as you can see, sees its temperature going up. I'm talking about air temperature. I'm not talking about water. By the way, water temperature is also a topic. But the air above the Mediterranean Sea is always half a Celsius degree above the rest of the world. It has always been. Now it's more +1. Not everybody knows Corsica, apart from tourists. Millions of tourists come over to us to seek for some sun. Don't think people from Egypt look for sun in Corsica, but you might know Corsica anyway. That's the average temperature, yearly based, 4 cities in Corsica, from the seashore to the mountains, up to 800 meters high, and its evolution 50 years wide. There are 4 temperatures to remember. Seashore 1.4, but if you take plus 1000 you have 3.3, and if you take 2000 meters above the sea level it's 5.2. So you fully understand the scarcity, the resources scarcity issue. We scientists deal with 2 extreme situations. If perhaps you try to see where the river is on the top screen of top part of the screen. The first one is regulated, but the second one isn't. We face that kind of water hazards, of weather hazards, and we also have a problem with Cialobacteria. We are facing huge issues, not only in Corsica, by the way, in mainland France and in the rest of Europe as well. We have extreme weather phenomena. Meteor specialists talk about Medicaid. It's a neologism. It's something, it's made from Mediterranean Sea and hurricane. One of these Medicains have killed 30 people in Italy. Lately, a couple of people died as well in Corsica because of an extreme weather event on August 18th, 2022, not to mention the 300 million euros losses. When it comes to the micro-regional scale resilience, I will pick up on this topic from the right end of the stick, as always. We tend to oppose water storage because people want more water. Marcel Pagnol, the writer, always would be writing about wanting more water in a slightly other context. When it comes to storing, we won't solve the problem in Corsica. Should we store 500 million water? So it's not about storing more, it's about saving water. We also have to face forest fires. This problem used to affect merely the Mediterranean seashore, but that's a thing of the past now. We face it in northern France as well, or in the rest of Europe. So the thing with water, we have water stocks that are not existing anymore. We lack water for firefighters. What happens sometimes is we take water from the ocean to fight against the fires in the forest, which raises problems because the oceans and seas are not always close enough to the forest. Used waters, the REU, that's a slightly different context in our case. Close to our water treatment station, we have common waters. It's between municipalities. It's not only for one municipality, but it's a cooperation. And we have a plant that processes building waste. The local authorities have forbidden the professionals who use this place to use water. You can imagine the economic impact. You can't imagine what it means to jeopardize construction in a country or in a region like Corsica. We are now putting in place, it's an aggregate. We produce aggregate for the building industry. Sometimes that's not a true picture of the river, but you can see where it is. We've saved some endemic species. When it comes to unsalted water, we have the most endemic species after Caucasus. We are the Europe champions, in fact. More than 300 local endemic species. It's sometimes about 80-90% in our rivers. We have a trout. It's 100% local trout. We've saved some emblematic species. So, switching back to circular economy and to water treatment, this is something that is getting more and more common, but we were among the pioneers. We've been composting sludge less than 5 kilometers from the water treatment station, which solves the distance problem. That was a first one. We've created a cross-municipalities network in Corsica. They've installed flow captors, flow sensors. We've also created an insertion workshop working on a river together with professionals. So it was both environmental and social. Education is important. We train kids, but we have to train the grown-ups as well. But not all grown-ups are interested and convinced, unfortunately. Thank you for your attention.
Merci Antoine.
Thank you, Antoine. Thank you for this active schizophreny exercise. Very active, very concrete, I'd say, on what may happen on the territory in terms of solutions, of infrastructures, their pressure things, but also in terms of debates, exchange, discussion, and the capacity to describe our collective problems. As promised, we're going to change the scale and geography at the same time, if you don't mind. We go to the south of the Mediterranean Sea with the case of the Senegal River. And now the voice is to Mohamed Fawzi Bourdin. Thank you, Eric. I would like to, first of all, to thank the organizers for this session and for giving us a voice during this important event to talk about the case of the Senegal River. As the time is for adaptation, we'll try to adapt to the time that was given to us to talk about the adaptation in a basin as big as the Senegal River. So I will try to shorten. Okay, let's talk about the river. It's West Africa, Guinea, Mauritania, and Senegal. It's a basin of 300,000 square meters, so it's like half of France. So it goes up to the Atlantic in Saint Louis, crossing Mali and the Mauritania and the Senegal. Okay. Of course, the organization has been created in '72, created to give an answer to the drought, this episode that became more and more frequent later. And here I need to hail the vision of our creators who, since 1972, understood that we really have to work together to give an answer to these changes that became more and more intense with time. So this is the typical case. It's about defining the vulnerability of the basin, first of all. It's been done thanks to studies that have been conducted that allowed us to make a general diagnostic that allowed to characterize these effects at the basin level. So we divided the basin in 3 zones: Euro basin, the mean basin, and the delta. Thanks to these studies, we've defined these effects. We've identified direct effects, and all this allowed us to take and account better the effects of the changes on us and to find better solutions thanks to water management and management and with solutions of adaptation. What happened in the basin? I will rapidly, in 2 or 3 more words, tell you what happened in the last 30 years. Rains are not as regular as they used to be. There is a great increase of temperature, of course, and the this is thanks to what I've said yesterday. The fact we had to build dams and other infrastructures to mitigate these effects. Apart from the displacement, the moving of the river on the site, otherwise nothing else had been impacted. We of course came up with adapted measures. Of course, it meant a political engagement at the highest level. That was a declaration in 2005 by the presidents of the country on the 4 countries, and we've adopted, above all, thanks to Council of we finalized, but before the end of the year, it's a very ambitious plan that will allow to give an answer adapted to all the effects that we were able to detect thanks to the researchers on vulnerability. That allow us to implement certain measures. Meantime, I mean, I will talk you rapidly about these measures at the level of the high basin. So we've identified, of course, the main difficulties connected with deforestation, mainly. That's connected with the nature of the massif, because at close to the mountains, and that a big problem of deforestation has been identified. The result was that major resources of the river have been completely deteriorated, and thanks to this program, we are implementing now a plan of fight against the soil degradation. We also made works on water storage and others, so there's not too much negative effects on the ecosystem. At the level of the low valley, we have other problems connected with pollution, so we really have development of that effect. We have a problem of water storage. We have a problem the river lines. We've implemented some programs that promote, amongst other, fishing and agriculture, in both cases sustainable. So this way we'll be able to take care of the environment. Finally, in the low valley and the delta, we have other types of problems. We have, because we are confronted to the proliferation of water grass and the salinization of water, because we are close to the ocean, and we also have problems with erosion and agricultural problems because of the salt too much presented in the soil. So we've launched also some operations that will allow to mitigate these effects. The big part of works will be done thanks to our plan, national. And that to end up, I can't finish without talking about the cooperation, which is a very important element in our adaptation plan. As we are in French Pavilion, I will talk about an important project. It's a project on adaptation and resilience to climate change of water resources in the Senegal River Basin. It's being developed together with the Observatoire du CIRED, Agence de l'eau Adour-Garonne, with which we have a historical partnership, who's been here for 20 years, and thanks, of course, to the Office International de l'eau. It was one of the co-organizers. this project is very important for us because it will allow us to implement early warning system at the level of the basin, and will also allow us to proceed with some adaptation activities in different zones in the Senegal River. Thank you for your attention.
Merci Fauzi. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Fauzi. Thank you very much for these words about the various territories. It shows we have to adapt adaptation in depending on the true matters. You've corrected what I was saying. Climate change was a new pressure. You kindly reminded that in 1972 it was already mentioned, in fact. Thanks again. Let's keep on going south, further south. I will give the floor now to Daouda Sambasso, Secretary General of the Organization for highlighting the Gambia River. Thank you very much. I would like to catch up on this opportunity to thank you for spreading this voice and these words around the topic that is described in the presentation. Our organization, the OMVG, has been created in 1978. There are 4 countries, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau and Senegal. 3 basins, the Gambia River. There is also the Kayanga, Geba and the Koliba Karuban. 3 languages, French, English and Portuguese. The superficie is quite huge. As you see, 118,000 square kilometers. When it comes to the population, 7.25 million for Gambia inhabitants, 765,000 inhabitants for Kayanga, Geba, and 510,000 inhabitants when it comes to the third one. These basins are under the authority of the OMVG, and they are one of the most important development areas of the sub-regions when it comes to its potentials in terms of fishing, agriculture, breeding, and their huge and rich biodiversity. The climate is so due to the fact that the rains are more and more scarce, and the pressure put on cattle and population leads to a growing scarcity of the resources that leads to worsening of the situation of the sources, the erosion of benches, more and more sand in the rivers, more and more salt in the lands, and a loss of grazing lands. Facing this situation, the OMVG, in the framework of the highlighting of its river basins, has decided to cooperate broader. We have a hydroelectric plant at the border between Senegal and Guinea. It's on the Senegal territory, but 82% of the reservoir is in Guinea. So multiple objectives. It's about producing electricity, but it's also about putting 100 kilometers further to create some distance between salt and the river, so that we gain agricultural lands. We also supply people with drinking water, not only people but cattle as well, while preserving the ecosystems. We also have another project which is about highlighting, showcasing natural resources. It has been launched between 2004 and 2012. It's about helping people via infrastructures, providing people with drinkable water. You can see the statistics. It's about water for the shepherds as well. It's about having waterlands so that the cattle can drink during the drought, during the dry season, and it's about water for the crops as well. Other projects like the integrated resources management system, the Kayanga-Geba basin is shared between the three countries, covers an agroecologic area with a huge potential for agriculture, facing many threats when it comes to the scarcity and the non-regularity of the resources, which is why the OMVG has asked for money from our partners to elaborate a feasibility assessment project. It's about reinforcing the irrigation systems. The implementation part based upon these studies, it's about leading works on the electric plant, hydroelectric plant. It's about works around the irrigated perimeter upstream from the dam, the superficie being 1,000 hectares in Guinea-Bissau. It's about works around the Parcours Valley, protecting benches on the length of 50 kilometers for the Kayanga-Geba. We're also working on the Sintian-Bonko Valley and protecting benches, here again 50 kilometers long. Also working on the Kaourouane Valley and protecting benches on the length of 10 kilometers, Kayanga-Geba River, that's in Guinea. There is also an access to drinking water project in cooperation with a foundation, with the Velia Foundation, that has been created in 2019 with a pilot project. It's a water treatment platform created with a cost of 150,000 euros in near Tabakunda in Senegal. This project has provided people with 4 kilometers of pushing pipelines so that raw water makes its way to the village, with a water treatment unit capacity 100 cube meters, water storage facilities 20 cube meters, 10 meters height. Those are tangible projects. It is obvious that it's about producing or food or helping producing waters, but it's also about protecting ecosystems. Bearing that in mind, the OMVG has bases its work upon an everlasting dialogue with the various stakeholders, knowledge sharing at the national and cross-border level, creating planning tools. There is the PAGIRE, P-A-G-I-R-E. It's the Director Plan of Development that's integrated within the OMVG, and that's about integrating streamlining adaptation. Streamlining adaptation to, or putting adaptation into climate change when it comes to the basins management processes inside the OMVG.
Comme vous le voyez de manière très élégante.
As you can see, thank you, Mr. Daudat. As we can see here, there's one question that is possible if you want to ask one. I'll let you think it over. Well, I invite Jean-Luc Bruno maybe to come with me on the podium if there are no questions. If there are no questions, I will try to collect everything that's been said. Well, I'm Jean-Luc and I'm from the Partenariat Français. It's a platform that puts together different actors, public, private, and so on. What I'm going to tell you, it represents the consensus existing in France. The first point is that we can thank Egypt for fostering these things with the aware vision. We've been advocating this for years, that put the water in the center of climatic initiatives. So the Egyptian initiative, I hope, will be prosperous in the coming years. We are absolutely, we do agree with the three principles chosen by Egypt. If we act on the water savings, and also to increase the offer for those who have no water, and too many persons, people nowadays still don't have access to drinkable water. Second principle on which we agree: inclusive access to water resources. Well, you've had speeches on these subjects before me. It's a part of the French strategy, and also on many bases, as you could see in Africa, all solidarity between all these users. Let's not forget that beyond the usages, there is one user who has no voice. It's nature. That makes us say that we have also to have to promote nature-based solutions. We talk a lot about technology, but the best way is to assist nature instead to act through technologies. That's a very strong message that we're doing. And the third message is that we have to reinforce the links between the world of the water and the world of the climate. It's a big difference, because in the climate, when you eject some carbon or methane, that will touch the whole planet. Well, the water problems have to be managed locally. Hence this basin management, problem of droughts, problems of floods, that requires a big knowledge work. And we have to review our rules of planification of water resources. So we have to adapt from now on to planify in an uncertain future, which is a fundamental change. Like in Corsica, we've seen that it exists already. Okay, this being said, we can still have problems. I'd say the first worry I would have, the official objectives here, we have to remain on 1.5 degrees. The last studies in France show us that actually the mean scenario, I'm not talking about the worst scenario, will be by 3.5 degrees at the end of this of the century. Imagine what it's going to be in the south of France. Like this year, we had for the first time, we had gigantic forest fires, and a general drought in the car, and floods that we did not know in the previous years. So we see these disasters happening. And I think that concerns a lot the whole continent, all the Mediterranean region. And we know this sea is warmer than other seas. This temperature problem, we know it, makes us think about sobriety, which becomes a requirement in the world of energy. We know it, that it should be the same with all the elements that we use in the nature. Second worry that is very well expressed by the southern countries is the climatic problems will force adaptation actions, very important adaptation problems. There's no money, no loans, although they have been promised, but apparently there will be efforts done in this area. We should put the water as a priority in these climate financements. So water has to gain in importance. The last thing that has been mentioned here, no center match. There are regions that will be menaced, and we have to go beyond the adaptation. One of the important problems
It's Women's Day. Women have a huge role to play, obviously. It goes without saying that the climate-related issues bring there lots of contradiction between the social goals, the economic needs, and the environmental ones, of course, and that's a tricky problem to solve. The states keep hesitating, and with no social pressure, I'm afraid, by the way, I think natural disasters are going to lead to that social pressure. I'm wishing all the best to this COP27. I invite you warmly to join our International Basins networks. It's a very active network that is attacking frontally this issue. Next year we'll be leading a conference around about water. That will be a good occasion to put the focus on these relations between water and climate. That would be about it when it comes to me. I wish the best to all of you, and I hope steps will be made in the future. Thank you, Jean-Luc. A couple of words to close this meeting. All the events concerning water and climate seem to be interesting for you. In tomorrow, Osiris room number 6, that's for UNFCCC official events. You will have a couple of meetings organized by this international international network, and by the Office International de l'Eau. In the morning, the first one, and then at 1 p.m. And then from 4 to 6 about nature-based solutions when it comes to protecting the climate. Keep in touch with us to half past three, sorry, water pavilion. So you can go from the UNFCCC room to the water pavilion. Thank you very much for your attention, and see you tomorrow.